Lasted about 2 hours. Chinese President Xi hosting President Trump talks in Beijing. Mr. Trump describing it as a great meeting and calling his Chinese counterpart a friend. But Xi warns of potential conflicts between the U.S. and China over Taiwan. All of this followed a grand arrival ceremony for Mr. Trump.
There were trumpets, a red carpet, a military honor guard, and flower-waving children. As Chinese President Xi Jinping welcomed President Trump, and they ventured into the Great Hall of the People for talks. Trump began by calling Xi a friend.
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor.
But Xi was darker, expressing hope that the U.S. and China can avoid conflict and the trap of a rising power threatening to displace an established one that can lead to war. Thorny issues include the Iran war, trade disputes, and Washington's relationship with Taiwan. I'm Ben Thomas.
The British military says a ship that was anchored off the UAE has been seized, now heading toward Iran. Russia has launched a massive drone and missile attack on Ukraine's capital and other cities just hours after a rare daylight barrage. Today's overnight attack killed one person, injured at least 33 others in Kiev. An Oregon doctor who was on the cruise ship at the center of a hantavirus outbreak has been moved out of a special biocontainment unit in Nebraska. Dr. Stephen Kornfeld was among more than 120 passengers and crew evacuated from the ship, flown to different countries to enter quarantine. On Wall Street, the Dow futures up 252 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 58. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The United Arab Emirates denies a claim that it hosted Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu during a secret visit by the Israeli leader to the UAE.
Just hours after Benjamin Netanyahu's office hailed a historic meeting between him and the Emirati president, the visit was strongly denied by the UAE's foreign ministry. It said that any claims regarding unannounced visits were unfounded unless officially announced by the UAE authorities. Israel and the UAE had already normalized relations in 2020, but the US-Israel war with Iran appeared to deepen that relationship militarily.
The BBC's Ione Wells. Dust storms, heavy rain, lightning have damaged homes, killed at least 96 people in northern India. The storms also knocked out power, caused injuries as they swept across several districts late yesterday in India's most populous state. Some of the fatalities said to have been caused by falling trees, collapsing structures, as well as lightning strikes. News and analysis, townhall.com. Some people in communities from coast to coast raising a ruckus over proposed data centers. One of the latest examples comes to us from Texas.
The Hill County Commission cited public safety and health concerns. The 3-2 vote on Tuesday appears to be the first by a Texas county to issue a moratorium on the rapidly expanding industry. Residents and local officials had aired concerns about how a proposed 300-acre development in North Hillsboro might impact the quality of life in the rural county through noise pollution and consuming large amounts of water and electricity. Developers argue they bring money for schools and roads. The decision comes amid a nationwide debate over data center growth. Keith Peters reporting.
Honda says it racked up a full-year loss for the first time ever, $2.7 billion, due to a costly electric vehicle strategy. The Japanese automaker has abandoned many of its plans for EV models. More on these stories, townhall.com.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapid Ann Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at CampRapidAnn.com. That's CampRapidAnn.com. Rapid Ann Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Happy Thursday morning, listening family. Friday Eve. We're almost there to the end of the work week. You're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am here in the capital of the South, the old-time capital of the South at least, Richmond, Virginia. The high today will be 66 degrees. Always love to see Mario Lemieux's number. Low of 47. Right now, the temperature is 56 in the River City. Squirrels, winners again yesterday in Erie against the Seawolves, 6-5. First pitch, 6:05 p.m. today. In D.C., the high will be 63, the low 49. Right now the temperature is 54. The Nats topped the Reds in extra innings in Cincinnati yesterday, 8-7. The two teams will face off again today at 12:40 p.m., so a quick turnaround for an extra innings game the day before. In Atlanta, the high today will be 74, a low of 51. Right now, the temperature is very comfortable, 62 degrees. The Braves win again last night, beating the Cubs. Thanks so much for that as an NL Central watcher. 4-1 was the final score. And with that win, the Braves won their MLB best 30th win of the season so far. Teams match up again tonight, beginning at 7:15 p.m. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 73, a low of 50. The temperature right now is 54. Philadelphia, high today of 67, a low of 50. Right now the temperature is 55 with light rain. The Phils lost to Boston last night, 3-1. They'll play again tonight beginning at 6:45. Meanwhile, the PGA Championship gets underway at Area Club Aronimink, I think it is. Defending champion Scotty Scheffler trying to go back-to-back. Morgantown, high today of 55, possible shower. A low of 44. Right now the temperature is 48 degrees. And in the 4-1-2, the Buccos lose to the Rockies somehow, 10-4. Those two teams will face off again beginning today at 12:35 in the afternoon. The Steelers will play the NFL's first ever game in Paris this season against the New Orleans Saints. No surprise there as to what the other team is. The rest of the NFL schedule will come out today. High today in the 4-1-2 of 56 with a possible shower, a low of 44. Right now the temperature is 46 degrees with light rain. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the incomparable John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Fox News headline: UVA installs tampon dispensers in men's restrooms. Students call move absurd. The latest entity getting the whole how God made you concept wrong. It's just not that hard. So one UVA student in the Commerce School told Campus Reform, quote, "Whenever the dispensers are in the male restrooms, I just think it is a waste of university resources. Instead of focusing on rising costs like tuition and food, the university is pursuing policy initiatives that don't meaningfully help the student body. Maybe you would have slightly different comments on this issue? Remember when Minnesota Democrats pulled this stunt in 2023, later signed by Governor Tim Walz, creating the nickname Tampon Tim?
Not all students who menstruate are female. We need to make sure that all students have access to these products. There are obviously less non-female menstruating students, and therefore their usage will be much lower, and that was actually calculated into the cost of this. These students who are not female, who menstruate, face a greater stigma and barrier to asking for these products, and so providing them in an easily accessible place in all student bathrooms is particularly important for those students.
Outside the Box has obtained unconfirmed audio of a secret hidden microphone allegedly taping the only known attempted use of one of these cotton ponies by a boy. Assuming from outside the box, the effort was unnecessary and unsuccessful. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk radio in the universe. You can call our toll-free number at 888-480-5646 to talk to John. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who is 6 months to a year ahead of everyone but God himself, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. Great to have you with us on the John Fredericks Show. 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 5 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. audience. Thanks for joining us. Coming live from your nation's capital yesterday, Ann and I went to the J.D. Vance event with Dr. Oz, who are going to get on our show. Let me write that down. I forgot to email them last night. I got busy. But that was quite the event. The fraud, absolutely stunning. You know, one thing that Dr. Oz said, get this, yesterday. So in California, this was at the joint press conference yesterday in the Eisenhower building in the White House campus. And so it was J.D. Vance was there and Vice President Vance and Dr. Oz, who we got a chance, Ann and I, to talk to for a couple of minutes prior to him going in, longtime friends, et cetera. It's kind of funny out there because like we're all waiting with the press pool to go in, and Dr. Oz comes by and, of course, goes up there and gives her a big hug and gives me a hug. And he's talked to us for 5 minutes and wouldn't talk to anybody else. They're all looking at who are these people? How do they have these contacts? Oz is up there talking to Ann, asking how Joe's doing, talking about his grandkid, who went off for like 7-8 minutes. Was really too funny. He wouldn't talk to anybody else, just us. Funny. But $1.5 billion a year going out of taxpayers' pockets in California for these phony hospices, these phony fraudulent things that people are doing. So there were 800 of them getting $1.5 billion a year. This is both California taxpayer money and U.S. taxpayer money. Just California, just in a year, $1.5 billion. They shut 800 of these down last week. 800. Just shut them down and cut their funding. Oz did. He said they got less than 20 phone calls as to what was going on. Less than 20. The other 718, the other 782, not a peep out of them because they don't want to call up and go to jail because it's all a fraud. Can you imagine the fraud that's going on? And then what they said is they had to stop any of these from going up anywhere else. So they put a moratorium on it because he said what they do is they just move to another state, New Mexico, Arizona, something else, open up the same thing, get the same money. The money was just going, taxpayer money, for nothing. I mean, one of these was at a taco stand, and he's just getting checks for thousands of dollars a month, tens of thousands of dollars a month, just to do nothing. This is incredible, the fraud. He said that, then they said that there's this fraud. They have these fraud fighters. So every state has an anti-fraud unit, and the federal government sends the anti-fraud unit money. But he says they don't do anything with the money because they don't stop the fraud. And this is even in a red state like Ohio. They don't do anything with it. He said, for instance, in Hawaii, there's never been a fraud investigation or indictment, or nothing is ever closed down in the state of Hawaii. So they get the money and do nothing. So there was not a lot of teeth in what they were going to do. I'm going to be candid with you. I mean, the teeth was, if they don't do fraud investigations, we're going to cut off the fraud money going to the anti-fraud unit. Well, they're not doing that anyway. Who cares? Until you just cut their money off, this is going to continue. Just stop paying. Like if there's fraud, until you can prove there's no fraud, you're not getting a dime. But they didn't do that. So they exposed it. They're working on it. But the consequence was a paper tiger, in my judgment. Nothing really there. But Dr. Oz, we got some clips on him coming up on the second half of the segment. Absolutely fantastic. he has just turned into an extraordinary uh, head of CMS. Really should be a cabinet level position. And you notice that whenever they need the juice, they roll him out because he's really good with the media. The guy ran for U.S. Senate. Guy's really good. So is Kelly Loeffler. Really good. These are really, really good. They're fantastic. So, but Ann was. We got out of the thing, and Ann was like, this government is so screwed. I mean, the level of people stealing our taxpayer money is in the, what did Oz say? It was in the upwards hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions. And they were worried about the Iran wars cost $30 billion. The fraud is hundreds of billions a year. And there's nothing we're doing to stop it. Nothing. I mean, the waste in this government and the fraud. And you know what? Oz, I think it was Oz or Vance, I don't remember which one, pointed this out because we were asking him questions. I mean, he took questions. And Vance was like, well, what's happening here is this is part, get this, you ready? This is part, in his judgment, of the Democrat constituency. He says it's like a money laundering scheme. You get the taxpayer money, you funnel it to the fraudsters, 10% of it goes back to Democratic coffers. They all vote for the Democrats. They all spread it around. And so it's part of their machine. You're paying for their corruption in order to get votes for the Democrats. That's what Vance said. Because my question was, what is the genesis of this? I mean, how did this start and get to the level it is? I mean, I remember Reagan talking about the welfare queen in New York City. I mean, she was getting a few $100s a month, $800 a month or something. This is like hundreds of billions of dollars of your money just wasted going to fraudsters. And we do nothing about it because the Democrats protect them. But then when you get to Ohio, then they don't want to admit that they dropped the ball. So they're trying to tell you everything is fine when it's right under their nose. I mean, it's pretty stunning that we have given this money and got nothing in return, and it's getting stolen. And then we give money to anti-fraud units who, I don't know what they do with the money, nothing. Take it. This thing is such a mess, and you'll never, I don't know how you ever corral this. And it all started, I'm telling you, with COVID, because there was so much cash floating around. They had to get it out the door. So many people stole the money, and now they're still on the steal train. And what we're going to do about it, I do not know. I mean, I thought that the press conference was great. I thought what they outlined was stunning. I thought it was much needed. I also thought that their response to stopping it was basically toothless. It was basically tepid and a paper tiger. If you don't do what we say and we don't see that you're trying to get rid of fraud, then we're going to not give you the anti-fraud money, maybe. Okay, shiver me timbers. I mean, until they say, okay, California, like we're done giving you money. So until we are convinced there's zero fraud, you're not getting a dime. You guys can figure it out, have a nice day. Yeah, there'll be judges suing us, but you know what? Screw them. We don't care. We'll take it to SCOTUS. In the meantime, you're not getting the money. And we need to go shop our own judges. They shop judges. We need to shop judges. I mean, we need to fight fire with fire. I said before, MAGA 2.0, we need fighters. Oz is a fighter. You need fight. If you're not going to fight, get out of the... Look, fight, lead, follow, or get out of the way. That's the way I'm looking at this. And I don't care where you are, we got to take control of this thing. And we can do it because we're right there. We're in the cusp of taking this party over totally. I know you got rhinos. I know you get upset, right? But it's great. So be cool. DC Dispatch coming up today, 9 to 10 a.m. Don't want to miss this with Maria Pickering and our DC VP, Vice Chair Christina Goodlander, and Terry is going to be with us as well. That's our DC Dispatch right there. Christina Goodlander, Maria Pickering. I don't think Lindsay's with us today, but Terry Gilberg will be there. So great panel. Talk about the nation's capital. Got good topics coming up. Plus, they want to take your calls, 888-480-JOHN, as I do. 888-480-5646, 888-480-5646. And going to have a sip here of my 1775 coffee. Hang on, my first sip. Let's see how it is today. Freshly brewed when I got in today. Hang on. Damn, that's good coffee. You know, it gets better every day. It's like my marriage. It gets better every day. It's like my cat. Cat's older, though, 10. They say that's 70 in cat years, but I don't believe it. But he's getting old. Boy, this coffee is so good. Hang on. Damn. I don't know what you're doing with your life, but if you're not drinking 1775 coffee and you like coffee, you're just depriving yourself of one of the finer things, which is totally affordable. Like, why would you buy that garbage at Starbucks? That thing's like $10 for what? Like a cinnamon stick? It's just, stuff's gross. Or that, Folger, just stop. Quality of life. When you can afford a beautiful quality of life thing, do it. Just go to 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. You get the beans, you get the grounds, you get the K-Cups. It's really fantastic. Wait till my DC Dispatch ladies come in. They want to come in. I said next week, you want to just do video? They said, no, we come for the coffee. I'm telling you, just go to 1775coffee.com, 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla, boom, 10% off. The official coffee of the John Fredericks Media Network. Dan, I got to have another sip. You just can't have one. You cannot have one sip. It's that good. Hang on. Fantastico. Got it in my Mellon Terps cup. Fear the turtle. Okay, we had a tough season. We had a tough season. I know. A lot of injuries. Joe isn't there. I get it. We had a tough season. But it ends on Friday. It ends on Saturday, thank goodness. We got a good young team. We're going to get our players back. A lot of our injuries are coming back. Joe's coming back. He's going to be better than ever. I think next season he's going to end up being their closer. He's feeling great. He had that nagging injury since Cape May. He's finally taking the time off for it to heal. He's going to come back. He's going to be a beast. So he's got 2 more years of eligibility. So we're fired up. Next year is going to be good. This year, not so much. Now, if you're a West Virginia Mountaineer fan, this team's going to Omaha. Don't forget our coverage. Big 3-game series this week they've got. You can find them on WV The Torch. Also go to WVSportsNation.com or download our app there. Just go to WV Sports Nation. Download that app on either Google Play or the App Store. You can get the alerts there. And we're sending our beat writer, Logan Powell, is going to surprise Arizona for the tournament. And he's going to be out there giving you firsthand coverage. WVTheTorch.com. Download our app, Google Play or App Store, WV Sports Nation, WV Sports Nation. That thing is exploding. We continue to grow, and we're excited about what we've got going on there. Speaking of excited, South Carolina, we went absolutely bat crap crazy yesterday. Had Pam Evan on, Lieutenant Governor. She's a beast. Joan of Arc, she's a fighter. MAGA 2.0. Love that lady. Going to be the next governor. Can't wait. Fights. Right? We called her out yesterday, not her. We called out McMaster, the governor. Said, okay, why isn't he going to call a special session? He wouldn't be governor without President Trump. He made him governor by elevating Nikki Haley to be ambassador to the UN, Trump 1.0. Now we need the seat. Call the special session. I don't really care what some state senator says that's mocking the president. I don't really care what he says. Now he has called a special session. Yesterday, he said he was going to do it. He can't call it until sine die, which is the end of the day today. So once the legislative session ends in South Carolina, he is going to call a special session, get him back, and they only need a simple majority in both houses to get a new map. And I'm going there. I don't care when it is, I'm going. I'm going to raise hell. we need this map. We need this seat. And so we don't need to only lose 4 senators. We have a super majority. We need 50% plus 1 in the House. We got that. We need 50 plus 1 in the Senate. We got that. There's going to be a new map. We're going to pick up a seat. That's balls. Thank you, Governor McMaster. Now, did we put undue pressure on him? Yes. This is why we're here. Action, action, action. I mean, this stuff gets out. You think that interview with Pam Everett didn't get out there? Went all over the place. Especially when I'm up there saying you wouldn't be governor without Trump. And I detailed the phone call they had, because I'm sick of these people stabbing us in the back. All of them. Sick of it. And I hope you are too. Action, action, action. I want that seat. I want it now. You'll have to put off the primary. So what? Oh, it's going to cost money. So what? Who cares? How much money are the Democrats going to cost this government on their stupid TV impeachment hearings if they get power? Did you think of that? I don't care how much money it costs. This country's hanging by a thread. You just saw the fraud that's going on out there? I don't really care. Go find it. Spend it. Get the re-election done. Let's get this map passed. We're looking for winners. We're looking for fighters. And we're looking to win. This is all about winning now. I'm not interested in what your policies are. I could care less. Doesn't matter to me. Not right now. Ballot in box. That's it. Take a ballot, put it in a box. Mark it R. So that's all I'm focused on. Because that's all they do. And you want to sit there and debate policy? They don't care about policy. It's all a game. The Democrat communists is all a TV show game. All of it is sound bites. Who's running for president? Who's doing this? Who's doing that? They don't care about anything. They're rooting for Iran to beat us in the war so they can take power. Ballot box. That's all I'm interested in. Maps. Ballot boxes and maps. Oh, that sounds good. Ballot boxes and maps. Couldn't we turn that into a Wizard of Oz song? Ballot boxes and maps. Ballot boxes and maps. I'll be right back.
Oxygen every time we breathe, and breathing is how we stay alive. When God first created man, he breathed life into him. Our Lord also breathed spiritual life into his apostles and filled them with the Holy Spirit at the first Pentecost. Oxygen is a source of life both physically and spiritually. It's the same with fire. Oxygen is needed in order to keep a fire burning, which begs the question, are you on fire for the Lord, or has your spiritual oxygen been extinguished? To answer this, we must go to the source. The source of our spiritual oxygen is the Lord himself. Without him, there is no life within us. Those are his words, not mine. We are called to tap into this life source by baptism, daily prayer, and receiving the sacraments, especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic, in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
This show knows things before anybody else is transmitting it. I said 5 minutes after we make a deal, the price of crude oils can go down $20 a barrel. Well, it went down $20 a barrel today. It did. 15 days from now, and if it looks like we have a good deal, it'll go down another $25 a barrel.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
And that's a good sign for us, obviously, and for the free world.
What are we, 10-0?
You are 10-0 for the first time in program history, Coach.
Not bad. There's a lot of skeptics. There's a lot of doubters. I get it, right? Haven't beat a top 25 team. Nebraska's 25th in the coach poll. We beat their 56-7.
How are we not right now seeded for a home game?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
126 years of Indiana football. Best season in Indiana history. Number 1 out of 126.
We got our way of doing things, and, we kick ass and take names.
We figured we'd just adopt SEC scheduling philosophy. Some people don't like it. I'm more focused in on those 9 conference games. We had to wake some people up and create some excitement. And after all, this is the entertainment business, too.
We don't just beat top 25 teams, we beat the shit out of them.
Oh. I know you guys have been waiting for me to say something crazy. That wasn't quite crazy.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him back. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your blowtorch of free speech in America. Your oracle of the deplorables, your Godzilla of the truth, right here. We want ballots, boxes, and maps. That's it. That's all I'm interested in. Really. Somebody on the chat, nice guy, says, gee, I wish we could debate policy. I wish we could too, but we can't because no one cares. You can't debate policy with communists, okay? They want to kill you and take over. That's basically it. There's no policy here, right? Maybe we'll get the policy in 2028. Right now, 2026, we want to put ballots in boxes and we want maps. That's it. That's how you win. Mail-in ballots in boxes, early voting ballots in boxes, and maps that favor us. That's it. End of story. Get the maps and then get the ballots in the boxes. And that's how you save the country. Oh, but John, we want to talk about, policy. We want to debate issues like, the Iran war or this or that, or we want to talk about tariffs. I mean, look, bless your heart. No one cares. All right? The Democrats don't care. All they want to do is win power. I got a couple of these Hakeem Jeffries clips coming up. I mean, it's the guy's unhinged. They want power. You understand who we're fighting? Got to understand who you're fighting. They don't care about policy. They want power. And they will do whatever they take in order to get it and to make your life a living hell. Right? And they're telling you every day, right now, you have a wretched existence. And they're rooting for Iran to win the war. They want the strait closed. They want oil prices higher. When oil was $120 a barrel under Biden, they didn't say a word, not a peep out of them. Transitory, supply chain issues, Ukraine, Russia, Putin. This is what we're dealing with. It's all ridiculous. 888-480-JOHN, you want to weigh in. This segment brought to you by Susie Kelly and Passionately Catholic. Go to passionatelycatholic.org for more information. There's a renaissance, of Catholicism. There's a renaissance of young people moving to the Catholic Church. Now, why is that? Because young people are looking for substance in their life. And whether you're Catholic or not, those of you that are understand the Catholic sacrament and the Catholic faith is one of tremendous substance. We don't do a lot of singing. We don't do a lot of, banging our, clapping, and we don't do a lot of that. It's great substance. The gospel is substantive. Jesus Christ on the crucifix is substantive. And that's why so many young people are moving now in unprecedented numbers under the radar screen towards the substance Catholicism offers. It is what it is. And so happy to see it. But every day we get up, we have Ponderful Moments by Susie Kelly. She really works hard on them. She's a extraordinarily wonderful woman and quite the believer. And those Ponderful Moments have been with us for 15 years, and they inspire our audience across the country. So thank you, Susie, for all you do. For more information, go to passionatelycatholic.org. That's passionatelycatholic.org. And thank you again, Susie, for all you do. John Fredericks Media Network, phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Let's get to John in Monmouth County, New Jersey, land of milk and honey. John, welcome.
Hey, John, good morning. Those Julie Kelly announcements you make, I can't tell you how important they are to my mornings. I mean, they change everything. I can go from pissed off, which mostly we are when we're talking about this stuff, the frustration. I hear that, and the whole world just puts it. It's like a whole beautiful little mosaic comes over the whole world for me the moment I hear those things. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate those.
Thank you, John.
So you were mentioning, I think J.D. Vance announcing that he believes this is an operation for the Democratic Party. Yes. I think he's extremely deliberate in his language, yes. And I think he's spot on. Yes. I mean, if you look up into Minnesota, you look up into California, I mean, the one thing I know about myself that I learned a long time ago is I'm not unique. That means that if I'm thinking it, and that's one of the reasons I call into the show and voice my opinions, if I'm thinking it, millions of others are thinking it. The bottom line is if it's happening in California and Minnesota, it's happening all over the place. The bottom line is the Democrats are using this as a feature to finance their campaigns. And on a bright note, as mad as that can make you, the bottom line is we're finally exposing it, and this is definitely going to have a major effect on their campaigns going into 28 and 26. I wanted to ask your opinion, John, on what do you say? I mean, the most important thing, you nailed it. I don't care about China. I mean, listen, God bless Trump. I hope something good comes out of this thing. But the bottom line is, you can't trust anything these people are saying or doing over there. So where the fight is at home with the redistricting right now. What do you think the chances are with South Carolina actually happening, number one? And now, I mean, it's amazing. Trump goes overseas, and we got to fight for our lives over on the domestic front. We have a problem with Mississippi as well. So I was wondering maybe you could maybe address that.
Wait. Before I get to South Carolina, what's the problem with Mississippi? How did I miss that? What is that?
Well, this guy Tate is saying he may not call the special session now. I mean, I was hearing that. I'm not.
I don't know where you heard 100%
that. Sure.
That's fake. That's fake news. He's already put it on the docket. He sent a very demonstrative X out before the Supreme Court decision, saying that on a Friday night, if they rule in favor of Louisiana, there will be a special session, and that will make the maps legal. So whoever you heard that from, that's fake news. Tate Reeves doesn't jump up and down. He doesn't He doesn't want fanfare. He's very reserved. He's very quiet. But the guy gets stuff done. And I'll tell you this about Tate Reeves. If he says he's going to do something, he doesn't say a lot. But if he says it, kind of like the old Calvin Coolidge, right? If he says it, it's going to get done. So that is fake news. You asked me about the chances of the South Carolina redistricting. 100%.
Yes.
Not 99, not 96.2, not 98, 100%. Why? Because McMaster said he's going to call the special session as soon as sine die, which is sometime the end of the day before midnight tonight. Then he calls it, then they come back, and then they get the maps. They only need a simple majority in both houses. They already have that. Big. They have super majorities in both houses. Done. Maps are going to get called. That senator can stick it in his ear. Okay? So the 100%, we're going to get that. Mississippi's a done deal. I don't know where you read Facebook or,
No, listen, that's why I call into the show. I wanted to find out if you had heard anything on that thing. But that's phenomenal news because, like you had mentioned, this is the only thing I'm focused on. This is the only thing as a grassroots activist we should be focused on right now.
At Iran, every day we're debating policy. The Democrats don't care about policy. I mean, they got a communist running New York City an hour and 20 minutes from where you live. They got communists there. I mean, there's no policies here, dude. It's how many ballots can we get in the box and how many maps favor us. That's all that matters, John. And that's all I'm interested in.
100. Listen, you're 100% right. This is not about
right.
policy.
You know I'm right. This is why I drive people nuts, John. There's so many people I drive them nuts because they know I'm right. Right? I'm not sitting here talking about precinct strategy today. That's later. Right now, we need maps. That's all I care about. Look, John, why am I so optimistic? Okay. 8 days ago, we had no shot at winning the House. Zero. 0 times 0 is 0. That was our chances. Because then we gained the 4 seats back in Virginia, right? We're +4 now. It was basically even. They needed 1 seat, they win, right? Because they were going to win these 4 in Virginia. So then, we're back to 4. With this redistricting said and done, we're going to pick up another 12 seats. Well, now they need 16. Wait a minute. They're going to lose Maine. LePage is up by 27. That's over. That's a flip. Now they need, 17. Campton, Ohio, down by 6. She's done. See ya. Now they need 18 seats, 17 seats. They need 17, 18 seats. They don't exist. Maybe they get 2 in Pennsylvania. Maybe they get 1 here, get 1 there, get 1 there. They're not going to get 17. The economy is booming. Not going to happen. We're going to hold the House as long as we get ballots in the mail and early voting and put them in a box and they get maps. That's all we need, John.
100%.
Yes, great in America, Johnny.
You and I had come to that agreement a while ago. This is not about policy. This is not about who has better ideas. Until we get our voting back, until we get some sort of voter ID, election day, whatever the case may be, as long as there's these mail-in ballots, the only thing these elections are about is who can put more ballots in the boxes. And the good thing about it is people understand that now. I believe in the midterms that not only are we going to win the midterms, we're going to actually gain seats. I think they're in for a real surprise, the Democrats. People are motivated, boy. I mean, I
am. Dan is telling me that Tate Reeves said that. I haven't seen this in any legitimate outlet. So until somebody can send me what Tate Reeves said that is a legitimate outlet and not some blog or something, which is rumor, I just don't believe he's going to do it. And look, Trump's going to call him. I mean, Trump, and there'd be no reason for him to do it. He's getting no pressure from the other side. So until you can send me something that is legit, I'm not buying into a rumor. So anyway, John, anything else? I got to roll.
No, that's it, my friend. I appreciate everything you do. Keep it up.
Have a great day.
And again, just keep pressuring on mail-in ballots. That's what we need now.
All right, let's go. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. Let's get to David in Virginia. David, you're live on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Hey, good morning, John. Susie Kelly's pieces that she has are just brilliant. I appreciate those so much. Your little essay on power is right on. That is absolutely the truth. Once a person, they cross a line and then they become unhinged. Their mind becomes unhealthy, and there's no end to the degradation that they'll do. I mean, look at the Virginia Senate. They want to fire all the Supreme Court justices. I mean, that's unhinged. Minnesota Democrats vote against removing dead people. I mean, they've crossed the line, and just keep having Susie Kelly, because that's the way we fight against this lust for power,
Yep, you got it. I mean, that's look, you got to fight. You got to fight. And if you're not willing to fight, then get out of the game or get out of the way. I still need you there to put a ballot in the box, but we got to fight. And I'm sick of these people that are just like thrown in the towel. And like, it is what it is. It's like, why am I running for this position in Washington, D.C. and beat my head against the wall against the establishment that, hates me? Why? Chairman hates me. Why? Because I'm not satisfied to sit here, go to a cocktail party, eat a chicken finger from Chick-fil-A and get 7% of the vote and think we're doing something. Just not satisfied with that. No vision, no mission, no objectives, no goals, nothing, zero. A name tag at meetings, not interested. We have got to do something. And we almost pulled off this win in Virginia. That should have inspired everybody, David. And I know that you were a big part of that. You were out there, working hard. I mean, we came within, if that thing was another week, we would have defeated that. We were a week away. And the only reason they won was because they had a massive mail-in ballot operation that at that stage of the game, we just couldn't compete with it. It was 11% of the vote and they beat us 75-25. That's how they won. We gotta be able to figure that out for these midterms. But anyway, 888-480-JOHN. Dave, anything else? David is gone. Listen, I think what you sent me that? You sent me that via text, Dan? Let me see what I got.
Yes, yeah, I did. I can look up here what the outlets were. The Hill, Mississippi Today, The Guardian, Mississippi governor cancels redistricting special session. Governor Reeve calls off Mississippi's special session on judicial redistricting. Mississippi governor rules out redrawn Supreme Court maps before midterms. And then Democracy Docket is the other one I'm seeing. Mississippi governor plans to redraw congressional map, eliminate majority black districts after midterms.
Well, then I stand corrected. I went to bed before I saw that. And I stand corrected. I'm shocked at that. I'm shocked at that.
Look, I'm amazed. I'm amazed that you have your pulse on everything you do. Like I said the other day, if one slipped past the goalie, I think we can forgive you.
Yeah, I went to bed. Okay. It was about 12 hours ago. So
yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm lucky I saw it before I went to bed. Yeah, it's I was like, oh, this is interesting. But yeah, when he said that, I thought, I think I saw the same thing last night right before I went to bed. So yeah, I was discouraged by that. But yeah.
Well, let's start the pressure campaign, just like we did with the McMaster.
Yeah,
let's get Mississippi legislators on and start blasting him, because he said he was going to do it, and now we backtracked on it because what? Because the New York Times called him or something. I mean, this is how this stuff works, right? Right? He got scared. The New York Times called him. They're going to do a hit piece on him, so then he backs off. I'm going to do it after the midterms.
Yeah.
What?
Get a spine. Get a
spine, dude.
The Democrats, the commies have been doing this forever.
Exactly.
So.
And you put an X out and said you were going to do it. So what changed your mind?
Yeah. This is a counterpunch. This is not. We are not starting this. We are finishing it. We are finishing this fight. We are not starting it. This is well overdue. In all candor, this is the people who want to spell America with a K versus the people who want it spelled still with a C. The communists are they're not these statists, these totalitarians. They are playing for keeps, and we better wake up to that. We're going to lose this country forever if we don't take this seriously.
Unbelievable. You know, you take a step forward with South Carolina, and then you take a step back with Mississippi. I mean, that no Democrat governor would ever do this. They would just do what they got to do, like they've done.
Yeah, they circle the wagons. Yeah, the whole thing.
I don't understand why we just don't have spine. I don't understand it. What are we afraid of? I guarantee what happened to Reeves is he found out the New York Times was going to do a hit piece on him and call him a racist. That's why he did it. I mean, this conjecture, but like you put an X out and said you were going to do it. And now you're not going to do it. Why? Because you're afraid. You're afraid of your legacy or something. Have some balls, man. I'm so sick of these people. They're all afraid. Fear loses. You ever played any competitive sport? If you're afraid, you can't perform. Fear doesn't work, right? You got to be able to have the confidence. You know, you're pitching, you got to have the confidence. I'm going to get this guy out. I don't really care what his average is.
Yeah. Think about the Signetti pieces that I played on the intro for this half hour. That guy has confidence out the he's brimming with it.
If you don't think you can do something, I guarantee you're not going to do it. You got to think you can do it before you even perform. You got to believe you can do it. We have to believe we can do this. And if you don't believe and you're operating out of fear, forget about it. Right? Forget. It's like this story I told you with my number 2, with my 2 shooting guard that missed his first 8 shots and then he, you know, they passed the ball in the wing. He's wide open. They stopped covering him. He was cold, and he passed it away. I took him out.
Yeah.
It's just sit your ass down on this bench. Oh, coach, I'm ice cold. I've missed 8 in a row. Shoot the ball. I don't care if you miss 15 in a row, because then you'll hit 15 in a row. Shoot the basketball.
By the way, I'd love to play for a coach like you. It's like keep shooting. Sure thing, coach. You got it.
Shoot the ball. I mean, you're open. Shoot the ball. That's the purpose of you getting open. You got an open for Trey. Shoot it. If you don't have the confidence to shoot the ball in a wide open shot for a design play, then get your ass on the pine and get out of my face. Not interested. You got to be able to fight through things. Things don't work. It's like, look. It's no different on Godzilla Wins, right? I've hit 4 hockey games now in a row. I'm on a heater. Go to GodzillaWins.com. You're going to get probably 2 more winners tonight. But I've gone cold, and you got to fight through it. You got to ride the turns, right? You're going to get turns. You're not going to be 100%. You got to ride the turns, right?
One of my favorite quotes of all time, the Wayne Gretzky 100% rule. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's 100%. So,
or is it Michael Scott from The Office? I can't remember. But anyway, it's 100% rule.
You got it. You got to take the shot. If you don't take the shot, you're definitely not going to make it. And if you don't think you can make it, you're not going to make it. You got to believe in what you're doing. And this is about ballots and boxes. I'm not interested in viceroys or any of the nonsense that I'm hearing in these other shows. I'm just not interested. I mean, it's boring to me. The whole thing is boring. All I'm interested in is, are you going to give me a map that we can win, and what are we going to do about mail-in ballots? And everybody that comes on, I'm asking the same thing. Do you have a mail ballot strategy? Because if you don't, we're going to lose. Oh, I don't like mail-in ballots. Well, I don't like stuff either, but it's there, right? I mean, it's there. You have to play the game, the hand you're dealt. We got the early voting. Now we got to get a mail-out ballot strategy that works. Hey, I live in a district. I'm running as the candidate. 100% of our ballots are mailed out. Can't do anything about it. What the hell am I going to do? Quit? You got to get a strategy to deal with it, or get out of the game. John Fredericks Media Network, Alfredo Ortiz next. Stay with us.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bonaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Following the first meeting of their summit, it ran a couple of hours. President Trump and Chinese President Xi are now attending a state dinner in Beijing. Earlier, his Chinese hosts rolled out the red carpet for Mr. Trump.
The two leaders inspected lines of troops outside the Great Hall of the People. Inside the hall, Mr. Xi said the world was watching and stressed that stable relations between the two sides was beneficial to all. Donald Trump wants China to buy more American goods, and he'll likely ask for President Xi's help to put pressure on Iran to end the war. China will want lower trade tariffs and may even push the U.S. to end arms sales to Taiwan.
The BBC's Laura Bicker. President Trump has warm words for his Chinese counterpart.
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And it's, to me, an honor.
The White House says the two leaders discussed enhancing economic cooperation, agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must stay open, and agreed that Iran should never get a nuclear weapon. Mr. Trump has invited Xi for a September 24th visit to the White House. Britain's military reports the seizure of a ship that had been anchored off the coast of the United Arab Emirates. There's no word on who commandeered the vessel, but it is sailing in the direction of Iran. The Russia-Ukraine ceasefire was short-lived. Massive Russian drone and missile attack on Ukraine has demolished an apartment block in Kiev, killing 4 and wounding 33 people. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are higher. The Dow futures up just over 300 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 59 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
Israel has launched a deadly drone attack on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon.
The latest wave of airstrikes come a day before Lebanon and Israel are scheduled to hold another round of direct talks in Washington. The Israeli military said that it has been striking Hezbollah infrastructure in several areas in southern Lebanon, hours after warning residents of 6 southern villages to leave. Hezbollah continued to claim attacks on Israeli troops in Lebanon and in northern Israel. Fighting between the militant group and the Israeli army has persisted almost daily, even after a U.S.-brokered truce that took effect in mid-April.
Correspondent Malak Harb. BRICS foreign ministers starting a 2-day meeting in New Delhi. Diplomats from Brazil, Russia and India, China and South Africa are attending the talks along with newer member states. Discussions expected to focus on energy security, the Mideast conflict, and trade in local currencies. News and analysis, townhall.com. Some employees of a major U.S. airline will finally be getting a raise.
United Airline flight attendants have approved a new labor contract covering about 30,000 flight attendants, marking their first pay increases in 6 years. The agreement includes an average 31% pay raise this summer and boarding pay worth an additional 7 to 8% in compensation. The agreement also secures expanded job security, pay for lengthy stays, and 10 weeks of paid parental leave. leave. Union leaders say the deal sets a new industry benchmark. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Alex Murdaugh's murder convictions and life sentence for the deaths of his wife and son have been overturned by the South Carolina Supreme Court because a court clerk at his trial suggested to jurors that he was guilty. However, the disgraced attorney will not be leaving prison anytime soon, and prosecutors say they do plan to retry Murdaugh. More on these stories at townhall.com.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Ponder this. Imagine for a moment that you are lying on your deathbed. This is a great exercise to do each day in preparation for your very last day on earth. Think about the tests you've ever taken, the job interviews you've had, and the many life celebrations you've been a part of. In all of these cases, preparation makes for successful outcomes. The same is true for dying. We must prepare every day for the day we are to die, in case today might be our last. Make sure you are right with the Lord first and foremost. If you are a Catholic, make sure you are in the state of grace by receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise tax.
and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, wait a minute. We just got this in that Brian Kemp in Georgia is apparently calling for a special session, which he said he wouldn't do, which is the opposite of Reeves in Mississippi, who said he would do it, and now he's not. I just got this. I think this was very late last night. Things are happening very fast. I'm trying to confirm this. If somebody's got that Brian Kemp, I understand, is either says he's going to call a special session. They've got a primary election that is in 5 days. So I'm not sure what they're going to do with this, but apparently he's going to call one now. And Kemp, doesn't like to call special sessions and said he wasn't going to do it at the beginning. Now he's coming under pressure. And you got to remember, as I said the other day, you got to put all this stuff, you got to look at all of it, right? All of it's got implications because regardless of what they said on the Peach Crew yesterday, if Brian Kemp does not call a special session and do something with these maps, he has no national future. Zero. I mean, there's no way MAGA is going to vote for this guy in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, or Georgia if he doesn't do anything about these maps. They're just not. If he wants to go be, president of University of Georgia and go sit in Athens, you're fine. I thought he'd probably be unbelievable in that job. But if you want a national profile, like Tate Reeves doesn't care. He's not running for anything. If you want a national profile and you're not doing these maps, you're done. I mean, we will never elect you dog catcher on a national basis. So somebody, if they can find out for me what exactly is going on with that. I understand it just happened late last night, and I got a lot of YouTube clips on it, which obviously I don't have time to read. So things are happening very, very quickly. Yes, it came up at, they're telling me at 7 p.m. last night. And while we're getting that, Dan, while we're finding that, let's go. We got Alfredo Ortiz coming on. Let's go to cut one yesterday. CNN, President Trump in China, a lot of pomp and circumstance. And Trump, being very presidential, and CNN wondering why he's doing that, because of course they have Trump derangement syndrome. Cut one, take a listen.
But again, to your point, we are not going to see President Trump stop and talk to cameras here while he is in the presence of Xi. He understands he's his guest, and they have a very different way of doing things here. But you can see him, they're guiding, they're standing, they're preparing to pose for a photo here.
Let's listen in.
Talk about Taiwan, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
You think that was killing him not to say something? In that scenario, he's trying to show some respect.
Just an uncharacteristically restrained President Trump there. Usually would have something to say on that subject, many others. And we've seen him be quite freewheeling in his public appearances, even in the last week, going off script regularly. But really, in that situation, making clear that he understands he is Xi's guest here, or just not wanting to talk about it.
Right, and there is also pressure from some of the Chinese folks that are used to handling media in a different way than maybe some of the American folks are used to handling media as well. Let's go back to Mike Valerio and talk about sort of the as you've mentioned already, the symbolism.
Thank you. Thank you. So look, what we understand from the reports that I'm getting is that the media has not been given a lot of access. Apparently, the Chinese security has kept the media far away from any of the events, and they've had a lot of negotiation going back and forth on exactly what their access is. And this is China, so they can basically do what they want. So that's the reports that I've been getting. So we'll see what if anybody can get to me. Dan, have you looked up the Brian Kemp situation for us?
I'm doing that right now, as a matter of
Okay.
fact.
Meantime, let's get to. Hey, don't forget, I got a big Victory Night party coming up. This is going to be on June 16th, Tuesday night, 6 to 9 p.m. It's going to be so much fun. You got to go there. It's in Georgetown at the iconic City Tavern. You know, George Washington went there for a few beers after a tough day in the White House in his first and second term. That's what we've heard. So we're looking forward to that. We've got a great lineup for that Victory Party, June 16th, 6 to 9 p.m. And we got free food, open bar. Tickets are only $50. $50. All you got to do, and look, if you can't go, just buy one. We'll give it to a young Republican or something. Just make a note of that. But just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. We got a great lineup. We're going to have a congressman who is now confirmed. Morgan Griffith is going to be with us. United States Treasurer Brandon Beach is going to be one of our speakers, and our keynote speaker, the one and only Corey Lewandowski, still in Trump's inner circle, very much involved with what is going on. So Corey, our featured speaker there. For tickets, just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com, and you can get your tickets there. Only $50, free food, open bar. You're going to enjoy it. It's going to be a lot of fun. makedcgreat.com. And everything is right there. And hope to see you there and hope to see you buy a ticket. This message paid for by the Fredericks for Chairman campaign. I'm John Fredericks, and I approve this message. Joining me now, Alfredo Ortiz, Chairman, President of the Job Creators Network. More information, go to joinjcn.com, joinjcn.com. Alfredo, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, John. How are you doing this morning?
Well, now that I just heard that Governor Kemp might call a special session to redo these maps, which yesterday it didn't appear that he was going to do that because he was telling everybody no. But obviously, like other governors in South Carolina, McMaster under tremendous amount of pressure from our base to get this done. Have you heard anything about it? You're in Atlanta. Have you heard anything? And what is your reaction?
Yeah, I have not actually, but I'm not surprised. I mean, to your point, I mean, it's every Republican governor eventually is going to have to do this. Especially obviously Governor Kemp, I'm sure has hopes for higher office. And I think if he wants to do that, he's most likely going to have to do the special session and do what he needs to do there. So, but I want all Republicans to put pressure on the blue states because a lot of the blue state governors are saying they're not going to actually comply with the Supreme Court ruling. So I know the DOJ is going to actually sue. I think every blue state governor to make sure that they comply, but that'll be an interesting fight as well.
Well, that's not going to be anything that's going to affect us in the midterms in 2026, which is I want to talk about today, Alfredo. A amazing jobs report out last Friday. Economy adding 115,000 jobs. They expected 50, over double in the middle of this conflict that we're having with Iran. And also them saying that the overwhelming majority of those jobs were spurned by small businesses, like over 80% were small business, private sector jobs. And, Alfredo, like the people that don't own a small, they don't get it. They don't get this one big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
And how it has it has revitalized small business growth and their ability to hire people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, the job market is hot for our small businesses. I mean, they continue to hire. Last week was actually National Small Business Week. I had the honor to be at the White House for the kickoff of it on Monday, last Monday. But look, it's an exciting time, quite frankly, for our small businesses. Growth on our small businesses, permits are up, actually a record high at this point. And the SBA, led by Administrator Kelly Loeffler, has given a record number of loans. I think it was about, my number I'm checking now here is about $45 billion to about 85,000 small businesses at the end of 2025. And so the SBA, thank goodness, with President Trump and Kelly Loeffler at the helm there, really kind of leading the charge. Our small businesses have never felt better than they have under this administration.
You know, it's. I think Kelly Loeffler is one of the best kept secrets right now in Washington D.C. I've had her on a couple of times, but it's
Yeah.
a different Kelly Loeffler than when she ran for reelection as senator. When the consultants basically tied her into a pretzel, you know, she's understands small business. And when you look at you said the record number of SBA loans, just so everybody understands, a small business is not giving you the money. The money is coming from a traditional bank, and what the Small Business Administration does, if you pass the credit checks that any bank would do, they will guarantee 90% of that loan, but the bank is still on the hook for 10% of it. They still have to administer the loan, and they still have to go through the process. So this isn't like, money that's just floating from heaven. You have to go through the process, show them you have a viable business.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But again, I mean, this administration really gets small business. I mean, I know Kelly Loeffler well. She was actually just on her recent quarterly board call, in fact, talking about the growth of small business and the importance of small business. As you know, I mean, 2/3 of new job growth is in the hands of small businesses. And look, the jobs report that we just saw again continues to reaffirm exactly what President Trump wanted to do, which was make the job growth not government job growth, but actually the private payroll growth. Quite frankly, the government jobs continue to decline, which is what we want to see, right? The bloat of government was just way too much. And all the growth under the Biden administration was basically government jobs. And so now we're seeing private payroll continue. And there's a lot of discussion, by the way, that took place. I mean, as you remember, I was on Maria Bartiromo on Friday for Jobs Day, and the discussion of AI keeps coming up in terms of what it's going to do to the economy. And you have the left obviously talking about how AI is destroying jobs, and look at all the layoffs at all the large companies. Quite frankly, John, the way I see those layoffs, it's basically the layer of DEI, unproductive workers that they're getting rid of. They're using AI as the excuse to get rid of all those jerks, quite frankly, that would say, hey, I want to be paid for 40 hours, but only work for 30 hours. I want my therapy dog. I want my spa sessions, right? I mean, all of those unproductive workers, quite frankly, they're getting rid of those because they are finding that AI can actually help create greater productivity, and they're keeping the strong workers. And so I actually think this is going to be one of the best things that's happened to American productivity, because as you know, again, the American productivity in the American workforce has been slipping over the years, thanks to the Democrat administrations of Obama and of Biden.
It's interesting. We're with Alfredo Ortiz. Alfredo is the chairman and the president of Job Creators Network. Go to jobcreatorsnetwork.com, more information. And if you're a small business, you need to join them. It's the first check that Ann writes January the 2nd for the Job Creators Network.
You.
Well, it's a great organization, and you do masterful work. You're the biggest advocate for small businesses out there. You're up there fighting every day. Go to jobcreatorsnetwork.com, more information. It's interesting you mentioned AI. So are you of the same opinion than me? I mean, I'm not a tech guy, right? But I think we're both of the same opinion that everybody wringing their hands over like AI is going to eliminate all these jobs. I don't see it. I think it's actually going to be an enhancement. Interesting what you said. AI is the excuse to get rid of unproductive workers hired under the guidance of an unproductive system. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. And I truly believe that. I truly believe this, because if you really look at what's going on, they're getting rid of this, what I call, for example, Target's a great example of this, mid-level management, basically. And they're getting rid of those folks and replacing it with AI, because a lot of those jobs are being replaced by AI, but they're not doing it to save money to the bottom line. They're reinvesting it, actually, for example, back to the customer experience in the stores by hiring more frontline people. I mean, I don't know about you, but I go to my Lowe's, for example, and I go to the checkout. There's actually no more cashiers, right? So that customer experience is no longer there. And so I think people are quickly realizing that we're missing that customer experience. And the smart people, like I said, are using AI to improve the efficiency, to create savings. but to reinvest back in the businesses in terms of what's going to actually drive the business. And so I think this is actually, and for small businesses, by the way, John, I think AI is the great equalizer. I really do. It's allowing businesses to continue to grow without hiring exponentially people, right? They're able to not fire people, just they're not going to be hiring at the same pace because of the efficiency brought about AI, right? The more it gets integrated into our jobs, into everyday jobs, I think the greater that efficiency and the greater productivity of the American worker. And it has been slipping over the years. Again, thanks to the Biden administration and the Obama administration, where they were basically saying, remember during COVID, you can sit around and do nothing. And then after COVID, they were basically saying you can sit around and do nothing and still get paid. So that those days are gone, and all the DEI layer, and like I said, all those unproductive workers that didn't want to come back to their offices, wanted to stay home and work and get paid, like I said, 40-hour work weeks and only work 30. I mean, all that is going to be gone, and I'm so glad about that because I don't know about you, but I'm so sick and tired of all those people that are just whining, about that. And let's get back to work.
This is a fascinating conversation, Alfredo. I agree with you. I look at our company, right, and obviously you look at everything through what you're doing. The advent of AI has allowed us to be more effective, more efficient. Now, there's a lot of things that you can't trust it. So, like, I certainly don't do my narrative based on AI because half the stuff on there is inaccurate or old or not real. So you can't do that. But it has allowed us to gain a certain amount of efficiency. But it's led to us hiring additional people because of the efficiency. So this idea that AI is going to make jobs go away, I think it's the opposite. I think if you can grow your business because of efficiencies going forward, you're able to expand your operations like we have. I'm trying to figure out, like, what job do we have that AI would replace? Well, the answer is none. Then you're trying to figure out, well, what jobs do we have that AI might gain the efficiencies to hire somebody? And we already did. So, like in the AI world, our company is plus one. So I'm not sure that, what are these jobs that are going away? There's still you go to McDonald's and you have that screen. I hate the screen. I don't like it. I just want to go to the counter and order my coffee or whatever I get. I want to go to the counter. That's just, I don't want to go to the screen. I want to hit the buttons, right? Or I want to go to the drive-through, whatever. So, but the same amount of people are still at McDonald's. The screen just makes you more efficient in getting the food out quicker. So it does. So that's not AI, obviously. That's a very unsophisticated example. But I just don't see the hand-wringing over all these jobs are going away. What am I missing?
And in particular, let's say for the fast food industry, a lot of those jobs are entry-level jobs that have minimum wage, basically pay. But when you see more of these proposals, like AOC, I believe, is proposing now a $25 federal minimum wage. Imagine that, John, a $25 federal minimum wage. This is how dumb she really is and continues to be dumb. If you remember, I took her on years ago when
the billboards.
The billboards, right, in New York, when Amazon was going to bring 25,000 jobs to New York, and she pushed them out because, again, she was dumb as a doorknob and made stupid remarks and continues to make stupid remarks. Now she wants $25. I'm telling you right now, small businesses will not afford that, and they will look to technology to replace those people because they're not productive at $25 per hour. And as technology continues to decline in terms of the price of technology, and labor, the manual labor or human labor continues to grow up, and imagine at $25 an hour, you will get those people completely replaced. And so it just doesn't really make sense. So unfortunately, it's almost like what the Democrats are trying to do in terms of trying to help the American public and those hardworking individuals, if they want to, right, help them with maybe some federal training and stuff like that, and who may be displaced because of AI, train, retool our people. Because look, President Trump is bringing $18 trillion of investment to the U.S. $18 trillion. I think the entire Biden administration, he brought about $1 trillion of investment to the American economy. So with that investment, though, we are going to have workers that are going to have to understand how to use AI, not to be afraid of it, but how to use AI in their day-to-day jobs. And so, quite frankly, I love the fact that AI is coming in and scaring the crap out of some workers, because those workers that are scared are those unproductive workers. The workers that don't know.
I agree with
that,
you. I agree with you. You know what? You're the first person in national media to say this. And as I'm thinking about what you're saying, I'm agreeing with it because we're living it, in our company.
Yeah.
And so you're 100% right. It really, if you are unproductive and you're not a government worker, now let's put that in the box, right? You're not part of some government bureaucracy. You're in a private sector job. You're in a private company. Okay. If you were grifting because of whatever reason, DEI or anything else, if you were there grifting around, being unproductive, trying to hide in the shadows, AI will call you out. I mean, you're not going to be able to do that, and so you're either going to have to step up and get your ass back to work, or get out.
Yep.
Right.
And guess what, John? All those recent grads, like, for example, I just saw a clip on social media from UCF grads that basically were booing a real estate representative because she was saying that AI is really going to be the great industrial revolution. And they all booed her. Why? Because they want to come in at 10 and leave at 4. Guess what? When I graduated from undergrad, my first job, I came in at 6 and left at 8 p.m. So
that's how you get ahead in the world. I mean,
right.
Here I am, 68 years old. I get up at 3:45 a.m. And if I'm not traveling, I get home at 6 o'clock. Now you add those hours up to the day. It's a long
day.
Exactly.
We're finally going to reward hard work, John.
Alfredo Ortiz, great to have you. You're looking fabulous, by the way. Hey, before we go, how's your daughter?
She's doing great. Good. Thank you.
Happy to hear it. Talk soon. Alfredo Ortiz.
All right.
Go to joinjcn.com. That's joinjcn.com. Ox. Next. Keep it right here.
Jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Ponder this. We intake oxygen every time we breathe, and breathing is how we stay alive. When God first created man, he breathed life into him. Our Lord also breathed spiritual life into his apostles and filled them with the Holy Spirit at the first Pentecost. Oxygen is a source of life both physically and spiritually. It's the same with fire. Oxygen is needed in order to keep a fire burning, which begs the question, are you on fire for the Lord, or has your spiritual oxygen been extinguished? To answer this, we must go to the source. The source of our spiritual oxygen is the Lord himself. Without him, there is no life within us. Those are his words, not mine. We are called to tap into this life source by baptism, daily prayer, and receiving the sacraments, especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic, in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Marcus was absolutely awful. That's about as PG rated as I can say it. He was awful. Our guards were awful. Our 3 starting guards had 1 assist and 7 turnovers. They must think it's a tax credit. It's unbelievable how our starting guards played. And let's talk about our big guys. 2 for 11. How can you go 2 for 11? My wife can score more than 2 buckets on 11 shots because I know my wife will at least shot fake 1 time. But those guys aren't listening. They're uncoachable right now.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, all the John Fredericks radio apps. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the deplorables, Dan Oxner. Going to be joining us right now, the Oxman coming up. Let's get him on screen. Ox, great to have you with us. This segment brought to you by SAT123. Go to SAT123.com. Look, if you own a business, or if you're in a business and part of the business, Starlink Mini is for you. This thing is unbelievable. I love this thing, man. This Starlink, I mean, I put it in my carry-on bag. I can take it anywhere. All I got to do is have a window and forget the jetpacks, forget the hotel. You got to travel in a hotel, hook up, screw that. You're in your car. I just open the sunroof up, pop that thing on. Ann's driving in the summer. I'm on my phone. I'm on my laptop. You're good to go. Look, I had it the other day on Amtrak, right? Ever try to get that? If you do Amtrak like me all the time, I'm a big Amtrak guy. Okay, I love Amtrak. But like their Wi-Fi service, not much, okay? Very tough to say, especially when they get into rural areas. Pop that Starlink up, put it on my tray, pop that sucker up. I had a window seat. People are looking like, how's this guy getting all these downloads? You know what? I got speed. I got it all with my Starlink Mini. It's only $169. I think it's like $60 a month. Pay $169 to get $60 a month. That's a jetpack is going to cost you that. This thing is like the best invention since sliced bread if you want to stay online. Go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Check out your Starlink Mini. Your Starlink Mini, you own a business, never leave home without your Starlink Mini. Always going to be connected. Join me now, Dan Oxner. Dan, thanks for being with us. The Ox cometh.
It's a pleasure as always. And will that Starlink work in Greenland, John?
Damn right. If you got an open sky, I think though the date you picked is my victory party, so we got to pick another date.
Yep. That was a bit of a setback, so I'll work on that.
You work on that. I can't go on the 16th. That's my party. By the way, are you coming to my victory
I'm
party? on the
coming.
16th?
Yep.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
You got to buy a ticket though. It's $50.
$50, a bargain at twice the price.
Open bar, free food. Now, if you want to be a VIP member, $200. You can be a VIP, right? You're like Dan Ox. You're the Ox. You can get your company to pay for it, and everybody wins.
Yes, indeed. We'll get somebody to pay for it anyway. OPM, other people's money.
Yes, like mainly your wife, Jan. Get her to pay for it.
There you go.
Hey, look, you got to come because we got Carl Lewandowski, we've got Brandon Beach, we've got Morgan Griffith. Of course, maybe we'll get you up there to say a few words because you're very glib.
Glib, yes.
You got to have an open bar, baby. With your open bar, free food. It's going to be fun, right? We're going to be winning. It's all about winning. So we're going to have the Ox there. Always good to have the Ox with us.
Looking forward to it. Yep.
Could have went to Greenland. Think about how good of a friend Ox is. He could have went to Greenland. But no, instead, he's coming to the Fredericks for Chairman Victory Party in Georgetown, Washington, D.C. Now, how good of a friend is that?
I mean, with all due respect and everything, if Hollywood were to have called, I might have a decision to make. But Greenland or hang out with John Fredericks in a nation's capital, I mean, no question. No decision.
No decision.
No.
All right, let's get to this redistrict. Let's get to these maps. I just want ballots and boxes and maps. Dan, let's get to, I think it was one of the Fox News Atlanta, one of the news stations in Atlanta, Brian Kemp, calling for a special session, but doing it for 2028 after, it'll be June 17th, which is going to be after the runoff elections. So basically, we're going to play this. So basically what Kemp did is he weaseled out, right? He said, oh, look, I'm going to do the maps. I'm good with you guys. I'm good. Like MAGA, love me. I'm doing the maps, but he's doing it for 2028. So like, he's basically trying to get the best of both worlds. Like I'm doing it for 28, not 26, but I am doing the maps. So therefore I can now be loved by MAGA because I'm doing this special session, but I'm not doing it 28. It's kind of a weasel move, but you know what? I'll take it. It beats nothing because we're going to need it in 28. We didn't think he was doing it in 26. Anyway, Fox News Atlanta, roll the tape.
With the latest on redistricting here in Georgia. Today, Governor Brian Kemp called for a special legislative session to start the process of modifying state voting districts. This is for the 2028 election cycle, not the current 2026 elections. The special session is set to start on June 17th. Now, this all relates to the Supreme Court ruling on Louisiana versus Calais, which dealt with redistricting there. After the ruling, Kemp released this statement saying, quote, voting is already underway for the 2026 elections, but it's clear that Calais requires Georgia to adopt new electoral maps before the 2028 election cycle. We talked to CBS News political director Finn Gomez about what this means for the state.
We have at least until 2028 in Georgia to figure out what those lines may be. But I think what we have seen, the pattern that we have seen in other southern states that are Republican held by Republicans, is that they are targeting predominantly, obviously, Democratic strongholds, right? And what you're seeing because of Cali, they're directly targeting minority majority districts.
Again, no redistricting changes will happen for the current election cycle.
See, what pisses me off is all they got to do is say we're going to have new elections in August for the new congressional seats. That's all they got to do, right? So it's like, let's have the special session so MAGA's not mad at me, but then let's do it in 28 when I'm long gone because I'm out in 26. Kind of a weasel move, Ox.
Yeah, it's a weasel move. Whatever, though, like you say, at least he's doing it. Yeah. But on a larger picture here, this whole redistricting thing, boy, what an eye opener for the country. Like we're scratching our heads going, what happened to Georgia? Right? What's happening here? Like, how could this have even be anything but a Republican stronghold? It's like, oh, I see. These districts have been gerrymandered, if you will, to favor the others all along. And with our cities growing and people, the exodus from the rural areas into the cities, well, now more than ever, we're seeing what's happening here. This is not a sentiment change by the people in Georgia as much as it is just where the voters are and what the districts are. Had never, this is a whole new concept since this whole thing started going down, 6 months ago or so, to actually look at these districts objectively. This is a game changer, I think, for American politics, something that we've just taken for granted all along. Every 10 years, they'll redraw the districts, hope we don't lose one, or, hope we gain one or whatever. What about the actual districts themselves? And it's fun to get this scrutiny because this could be a huge reset for the country. Make no mistake about it. Really an interesting point in our history.
A great point in our history because we're going to get fair maps and fair elections. Now, here's the deal. The Republicans went from zero chance of keeping power of the House, zero, no way, to right now we're the favorite. Because when this is all said and done, even if you take Mississippi out, that's one seat. So I was figuring, 17. So let's get to 16. The Democrats are going to have to pick 16 seats up when this is said and done because of what we're going to win, because of fair maps, and because of what happened in Virginia, and because of 2 seats that are already going to flip. Camper in Ohio, she's done. That's like R+5. She's toast. Schumer's got beat the last time. And Page in that 2nd district in Maine is up by 25. That thing, mail it in, it's over. So they're going to have to pick up 16, 17 seats, Dan. I just don't see it.
Yeah, there's hope on the horizon. Let's hope the economy and everything else works in our favor and that we have good candidates. You can't run away from that. So all these things need to be together, and hopefully it'll happen. I still believe in the summer of love, John. Things are going to improve. We're going to be a lot happier about things come November than maybe we are right now.
It's going to be our summer of love. Iran is going to be, that's going to be solved. They're not going to have a bomb. We're going to get out of there. Gas prices are going to go down. Economy continues to boom. Give us an update. What's going on in Minnesota? Ox.
Oh, well, we're wrapping up our legislative session. This is the last few days, constitutionally mandated to end on Monday, which is great news, right? Get them out of there as soon as possible. But there's gamesmanship being played right now. You've got the Senate passing gun control bills. You've got a tied House right now with the Speaker of the House, one of the 2 probably front runners to be governor on the Republican side, trying to decide whether or not to hear these gun bills in the House, knowing that they're not going to pass. But the Democrats want the hearing so they can go on record as voting for it, and the Republicans will go on record voting against it with the Annunciation Church shooting in South Minneapolis. That's really weighing heavily at the Capitol right now. A lot of folks there are really advocating for gun control, somehow taking guns and limiting the rights of law-abiding citizens to have guns. Somehow, by eliminating those rights and taking our freedoms away from us, then that's going to keep transgender 20-somethings from walking outside of a school and opening fire with a gun they shouldn't have had in the first place. Don't know how that's going to work. So it'll be a really interesting gameplay here until Monday when this goes down. The literature pieces are already being written. And then we've got our big convention coming up at the end of the month to see who's going to be the gubernatorial candidate. And then, of course, it's all on till the August primary. So still very volatile, but watch for some news coming out of Minnesota, the legislature here over the weekend.
Is Amy Klobuchar the Democrat nominee? Is that a done deal for Minnesota?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how it wouldn't be. There might be some wranglings at their convention, which also is the same weekend, the last weekend in May, which is down in Rochester. The Republicans will be up in Duluth. There could be an endorsement issue, but we're not hearing a lot. I think Amy is definitely the candidate. But again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. People are not rushing out because they're so excited to vote for Amy Klobuchar. I'm so excited she's the candidate. We're all gonna have a parade for her. It's sort of like, oh yeah, we know Amy. Okay, yeah, that'll be fine. If there's an exciting candidate on the Republican side that goes out and really gins up some sentiment, there's a contest here. So she's not, though I think she's the candidate. She's not necessarily a shoe-in for governor like a lot of
Can
people.
you guys win the governor's race if you get the right candidate, like that Speaker of the House?
Yep. Really, either of the two front runners will be exciting on the statewide stage.
Who's the other one?
Kendall Qualls is his name. Kendall Qualls. But Lisa Demuth, I think, really is the big powerhouse. Kendall's just a great guy. He's got a great message. People really like him. But he loses elections. So.
But because I think what I've heard, Lisa, your speaker, what's her last name again?
Demuth. Looks like Demuth, but it's Demuth.
I gotta write that down. Lisa Demuth.
Yeah, Demuth like Namath. If you use the Dale Carnegie, pronunciation memory peg thing.
So she can actually win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is Klobuchar? She's running for governor. Is her Senate seat up at the same time?
No.
So let's game this out. Klobuchar.
Exactly. Right.
Okay, well, wait a minute. If Klobuchar, no, we can't do what I thought. Because if she doesn't win, she stays as U.S. Senator.
She's a senator, right?
Right. I was thinking because her term's not up anyway. Right. So it's not like the Republican governor could appoint her successor. So you're stuck with Amy. You're either going to get her returning as senator or as governor.
A lot of conversation about who would replace her in the Senate if she wins. And there's all kinds of fun Minnesota stuff to talk about there. There's candidates. We've had it in the past, right? Could the governor appoint himself? You could have Tim Walz as the U.S. Senator from Minnesota for 2 years. How about that?
Oh, my God. That's all I can say. Oh, my God. This guy's actually running for president? Like, on what basis? The fraud there is incredible. The guy his whole state is a fraud magnet. Like, what is it? How's he run for president?
Yeah, I don't think he does. I don't know what his future is. Rumor has it that he and his wife have been building a lake house in South Dakota for the past couple of years, in which to retire. Our former governor, his whole family's trust was administered out of South Dakota because the tax laws are better there. So I really don't know what Tim Walz's future is on the national scene, but it's been done before where he could appoint himself to be the U.S. senator.
Well, when does that happen?
Keep him there.
Has that ever happened?
Yeah, it happened back in the 70s. Wendy Anderson did that. It was a bad idea. Didn't work out. But it just turned out to be a huge faux pas. But this guy's got nothing to lose. So I don't know, right? And who else will he pick? It'll be fun to see who he picks. It could be a very interesting pick, but we have high hopes that won't have to happen.
But he would have to do that when he was a lame duck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if she wins in November, she takes office in January. Then if he doesn't do it by January, she'd pick her successor as governor.
And she'll have an input, right? But as I understand, right, she can resign her seat at any point.
Right.
So this all has to play out. So
the day after she wins, she could resign her seat, and then Walz could appoint himself.
Yeah.
You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, and there are others that could happen.
Your state is whacked out. Minnesota's whacked out, baby. Yeah. It's just whacked out.
Yeah, but spring is here. It was 45 degrees this morning, so it's getting warmer.
I know, right? Well, the Wild are about to get the boot, or did they last night? Oh yeah, they're out last night. Yep. So I bet
they should have won. They were going to win.
Well,
they were winning
3-0. I bet Avalanche. I laid a big price like -225. Normally I don't do that, but I just didn't see it. So I go to bed. They're up 3-0. I'm like, I got to go to bed.
Me too.
So, I checked the score. I got in bed. I checked the score. It was like 3-0 in the middle of the first period. I'm like, holy Toledo. What happened here? I just went to bed. Then I get up and the Avs beat them in overtime. Tied it 3, went to overtime and knocked them out of the playoffs. But they had a great season.
Yeah. Good season, and the Avs are a better team. And they're playing at home. Can you imagine what it would be like to go into, a mile up and try to play when you're not used to it? I got to think that's a huge advantage for the home team in Denver.
Well, it always is. It's an advantage in football.
Huge.
It's a big advantage. Baseball, not so much, but definitely in football, it's a big advantage. But look, the Wild, I made a lot of money on them this season, betting them. They're very tough at home. When they lost that heartbreaker at home, the second game, the tie it, I thought they were done. But look, they came out, they played inspired hockey, they built a 3-0 lead, and they were about to take that thing back to Minnesota and maybe force game 7. And they were not able to do that. So Avs end up winning in overtime, and now they're out. So Avs are in. So I'll see what happens there. But I went to bed a loser, woke up a winner. Not bad.
You're always a winner, John Fredericks. Speaking of winner, I gotta rewind back to your previous guest, Alfredo from Job Creators Network.
Yeah.
I loved your conversation about who's actually afraid of AI. Like who's intimidated by AI? Unproductive employees. Talk about
agree with that?
Going to bed a loser, waking up a winner, whatever.
Do you agree with that?
Never thought about it that way, but 100%. Yep, I get what you guys are talking about. I thought that was really insightful.
I think he's right. I think that's the fear of AI, or people that are not doing their job, and then AI makes them more efficient. And then, but I'll say one thing on AI that I found. I just want to tell everybody this because I run the pick site Godzilla Wins, and very hot in hockey. I'm on a heater, won another 4 in a row. But I do this. I will run a hockey game through AI, right? I always bet the other team. It doesn't matter what. I fade AI because they don't know. It's just they're just taking stats, right? They don't know any of the emotional stuff that goes on. And so when I do it, I've never bet an AI team that they pick if you run the thing. Never. And either I don't bet it or I fade it. Or they're betting the same team I am, but I've never bet again because they don't. They can pull things and put the stats together, which is fine, but sometimes the stats aren't accurate. Sometimes they're misinterpreted, but they don't have the feel, right?
No soul.
No emotional feel.
No soul,
right?
Man. Yeah.
All of that going on. I don't know who I bet the other night, but I just knew I could. You can feel certain things. I just knew, on paper, you should have bet the Canadians. No doubt, but I just knew the Sabres would come out and win that game because they couldn't go home down 3-1. Not after the season they had, and they pulled it out. AI picked Montreal. So it's not right on everything, but it does make you more efficient. Have you seen that in your own company?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I don't use it a lot, but our sales force uses it all the time. Marketing, coming up with promotions, even the promotions department, they come up with some great ideas. We used to just get together and have drinks and come up with great ideas. You write them all down on bar napkins, and in the morning you look at them and go, no, that's stupid. That one's stupid. Oh, that's a good one, though. I remember that. Yeah, let's do that one. Now you just punch it into AI, and all of a sudden it comes up. So unfortunately, then we're not going out for drinks. And our creativity suffers because of it. So, but yeah, it works.
Here's my plan for today, written last night on a bar napkin.
Perfect. Well done. It's amazing how much work used to get done on bar napkins.
I mean, bar napkins, you can't AI can never replace a bar napkin.
I don't think so.
When you write stuff down on a bar napkin, I'm telling you, those are the best ideas that we have ever had.
Yep.
Ann said something to me last night. I just pulled out the bar napkin under my drink. I wrote it down. I got it right here. It's a great idea. Now, I could put it in one of these, but it's not the same. I got to put on a bar napkin, right? And then it gets all crinkled in your pocket. And then when you pull it out, it comes to life. It's like it takes a bar napkin takes a life of its own. I'm telling you.
They're not 100%. Some need to be crumpled up and thrown away. But, the ones that stand the test of the evening and then into morning and they still sound like a good idea, solid gold.
I mean, you said this is the beauty of a bar napkin. Unlike one of these where you're just flipping the pages, right? You pull the bar napkin out of your pocket because that's where it is, right? It's all crumpled up. And you look at it and you have to make a decision. Should I keep it or throw it away? So that's the first decision, right? Should I keep this or should I can it? So I got home last night, had a couple pops, I had a couple Grey Gooses, looked at the bar napkin all crumpled up, Ann's idea, and I'm like, oh, this is friggin' brilliant. I put it on my desk and took it to work.
Well, we expect great things because of it, John Fredericks. I'll look forward to seeing the results.
There's AI and then there's bar napkin. Combine the two, man, you're going to have a powerhouse company.
Right. They can work together.
Okay. Am I going to see you on the 16th now? Is that real? Is that a done deal?
Yeah, I'm coming. Yep.
You got to buy a ticket.
Yep.
Otherwise, Christina Goodlander will get pissed.
Oh, no. I'm not going to freeload. Not this time.
I'll send you the link. Thanks, Ox. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
At Hot Talk with Ox or KNSIRadio.com or just come to happy hour. I'll share a bar napkin with you.
My love to your beautiful wife, Jan. Tell her Anna and I said hi.
Back at you, sir.
All right, bud. We'll see you. I have no idea who's up next. Joe Rubin.
Extremely positive and productive, Xi stresses the need for U.S.-China cooperation. At the same time, though, correspondent Will Weissert says Chinese leader warns of potential conflict.
Trump began the meeting by saying he was great friends with Xi and really sort of praising the relationship with China and full of optimism, whereas Xi really talked about how Washington's handling of Taiwan could jeopardize the relationship if it was handled not correctly. And Xi also talked about how the two powers needed to be careful to sort of avoid coming conflicts.
A big part of the summit focuses on economics. China is seeking a loosening of trade restrictions, while the U.S. hopes for trade deals. Mr. Trump directing his remarks to Xi.
It's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much.
Following their 2-hour meeting, the presidents attended a state banquet, and Mr. Trump has invited his Chinese counterpart to visit the White House in September. Amid the ongoing conflict with Iran, something else that's bound to aggravate tensions in the region.
The British military has said a ship anchored off the east coast of the United Arab Emirates has been seized and is heading toward Iranian territorial waters. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Centre said it received reports that the vessel was taken by unauthorized personnel while anchored northeast of the UAE port of Fujairah near the Strait of Hormuz. The British military did not name the vessel and said it is investigating.
And that's correspondent Karen Chamis reporting. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures higher. The Dow futures are up 368 points. NASDAQ futures better by 84. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
2025 saw another decline in overdose deaths.
About 70,000 Americans died of drug overdoses last year, according to the CDC. However, that's about 14% fewer than in 2024. It was the third straight annual drop, making it the longest decline in decades. But in recent months, health and law enforcement officials have been sounding alarms about newer drugs they worry will ratchet up deaths. Among them, cyclorophene, a potent synthetic opioid that's up to 10 times stronger than fentanyl. I'm Julie Walker.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's future remains uncertain as key Labour Party members prepare to challenge his leadership. Allies of Health Secretary Wes Streeting say he is preparing a bid, and former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner says she is also thinking about it, saying that Starmer should reflect on his position. Townhall.com. Foreigners with a World Cup ticket will not have to plunk down big money to enter the U.S. after all.
The Trump administration is suspending a requirement that foreign visitors from certain countries pay up to as much as $15,000 in bonds if they're confirmed to have a World Cup ticket. The State Department imposed the bond requirements for countries deemed to have high rates of people overstaying their visas and other security issues as part of the administration's crackdown on immigration. World Cup team players, coaches, and some staff already were exempt from the bond requirement. Now, that exemption applies to those affected foreign fans. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Honda says it racked up a full-year loss for the first time in the company's history. Lost $2.7 billion in the last fiscal year. It was due to a costly electric vehicle strategy. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapidan Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at camprapidan.com. That's camprapidan.com. Rapidan Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
In a time when everything feels political, one place must rise above it all: the courtroom, where the law rules and integrity matters. In 2020, Georgians came together, electing a justice who believes in protecting our courts.
I'm Georgia Supreme Court Justice Sarah Warren, and here's what I believe. I believe in the rule of law, the separation of powers, and a judge's limited role to interpret the law as written. I believe in a nonpartisan judiciary, impartial judges who don't advocate for political positions or outcomes. I believe in deciding cases without bias or favor, treating everyone with dignity and respect. As a justice on your Supreme Court, I've upheld these values. With your support, we'll maintain the integrity of our courts.
Vote to re-elect Justice Sarah Warren. Vote early starting April 27th or on Election Day, May 19th. Paid for by Georgians for Justice Warren, Inc.
What happened was that the second game, we got our ass kicked, or the second half. We just got our ass totally kicked. We couldn't do diddly poo offensively. We couldn't make a first down. We couldn't run the ball. We didn't try to run the ball. We couldn't complete a pass. We sucked. The second half, we sucked. We couldn't stop the run. Every time they got the ball, they went down and got points. We got our ass totally kicked in the second half. That's what it boiled down to. It was a horse performance in the second half. Horse. I'm totally embarrassed and totally ashamed. Coaching did a horrible job. The players did a horrible job. We got our ass kicked in that second half. It sucked. It stunk.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
The bottom line here is I want a good relationship with China, but if President Trump doesn't make it clear to President Xi that your bad actions regarding Iran and Russia, fueling terrorism and a never-ending conflict, they need to change. And if they change, you'll be rewarded. No. If they don't, you'll be punished. If we don't communicate that, then I think we'll have failed, quite frankly, to achieve the goal of this summit for me, which is to get China to be more normal. Same thing with Russia. If China stopped buying Iranian oil or threatened to do it, the war in Iran would be over. All I'm asking China to do is help us open up the Strait of Hormuz, help us stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, because I think they would use it, help us end the bloodbath in Russia, Ukraine, that is hurting the world economy. If you help us, I will be very grateful. If you don't help us and you continue to prop up these regimes, I will do business with you on Monday and put tariffs on you on Tuesday. And the only thing China understands is what I just said. Xi is not a crazy man summit by what China does. Xi could pick up the phone and end the Russian-Ukraine war. He could pick up the phone and end the Iran conflict if he chose to. Without China buying Iran oil, they would be out of business. The number one purchaser of Russian oil and gas, propping up Putin, is China. And my message to President Trump is that we have your back. And if China continues to do this, well, without paying a price for disrupting the world, then we will have made a huge mistake. I've got legislation that will allow President Trump to put tariffs on China for buying Russian oil and gas.
You're back on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, Joe Rubin, coming up. In the meantime, I tell you what, if you're a smoker and you want to quit, vaping might be the answer to do that. That's how I got it. Pack and a half a day, every day, American Spirit Blue, sometimes two, sometimes a pack, averaged in a week, a carton. It's about 12 packs a week. Not good for my age. Finally, I had to quit. Doctor said, hey, you know what? You got two choices. You can keep doing what you're doing, or you can see your son play baseball in the minor leagues. You're not going to be able to do both. Pick one. Vaping helped me get there. Now, there's a lot of vape shops out there. They're mom and pops. It's a small business engine. We got vapors and vape shops. We put a coalition together. They voted for President Trump. Trump has promised to help the vaping business. Big Tobacco trying to put them out. All they do is run around with their lobbyists with their $15,000 Italian Armani suit sign at the Capitol. They say one thing, they do another. It's the cancer stick lobby. That's all it is, trying to put every restriction on vapors. A lot of people have to go from cigarettes to vape like I did in order to get out. And so I'm a big believer in choice and having the opportunity to vape. And so we call on President Trump to fulfill your promise, help the vaping industry stay alive. People want to do vape. They got to be 21. Just like cigarettes, just like alcohol, no difference. Got to be 21 years old. So we ask the president to keep helping the vape industry like you promised, and don't let the cancer lobby choke us off. That's what they're trying to do. You know what? It's all big money, and they lie. They're liars. I'm just telling you straight out. they're full of crap. So any vape shop you go into, not a conglomerate, small mom and pop business, and they're trying to do the right thing. So help them out. This message brought to you by the Vapor Technology Association, and this message paid for by Vapor Technology. Go to vaportechnology.com. Okay, thank you. Let's get to Joe Rubin. Joe, good friend of mine, great guy. And Joe's a Democrat, ran for Congress, served as Undersecretary of State in both the Obama and the Biden administration, with us now. And he's got a new book out, which, Joe, I don't want to run out of time. So I'm going to start with your new book, because I don't want to be pushed up against the clock. Tell us about your book.
Well, I printed out the cover. I'm waiting for another
nice
one to come in. It's me. Oh my God. Little airbrush, but hey, what the hell? Thanks, John. I appreciate the plug. It's called Saving Democratic Foreign Policy. The premise being that we Democrats have lost the trust of the American people to lead. And I have some ideas and recipes in there for how we can get that back and get the American people to trust us to lead the world once again, which is what you do when you're the president of the United States. You're the leader of the world. And I feel like our foreign policy discussion, debate, performance, you name it, theory, you see it every day. It's off kilter and it's out of sync with the American people. And so I'm trying to push into our discussion on the Democratic side the idea that we should be patriotic, the idea that we should be populist, the idea that we should be pragmatic, and describe what that means throughout the book. So I'm excited. It got out last week. Getting some nice response from people, getting some grunts from other people, as you can imagine. People I've known for a number of years, and that's cool. That's cool. It's what I wanted. So, knock on wood, it'll keep on bouncing
I want to
around
buy
out
it.
there.
How do I buy it?
You can get it on Amazon. Saving Democratic Foreign Policy, and it'll pop right up and has a nice little blurb. I think my face is there again. God, I got to tell you, John, putting my face in this is like, why not? Nobody knows me. Let's put my face on that thing. But maybe they saw me on TV, and now I'm like, oh God, my face is everywhere. So my friends are sending me covers. Hey, look, here's your face. It's like, so okay, now in a way, I gave them a picture of me for life, right? So
put it on your bookshelf, right?
That's right. That's right.
All right, Joe Rubin.
You'll never miss me ever again.
Joe Rubin's new book, Saving
Democratic Foreign Policy.
Democratic Foreign Policy. It needs some saving. So, yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna argue with your title. I don't know what I got to read the book, but I'm going to buy it today and read it. Saving Democratic Foreign Policy. You can get there on Amazon from Joe Rubin. And Joe, good to have you with us.
Thanks,
as always. Look, before I get to the war, give us your take now on President Trump's. You just heard Lindsey Graham. Give us your take on Trump's visit to this big bilat with President Xi and China. What do you think his objectives are? What do you think will accomplish there, Joe Rubin?
Well, I'm glad he's there. I think it's very important that we have diplomacy as our first order of business in international affairs. And, the Chinese-American bilateral relationship is without a doubt the single most important bilateral relationship in the world today. And it's going to be for a number of decades, too. Russia is tiny, small, and mired in its war with Ukraine, but it really is not a dynamic country. It's the United States and China. And there are some core objectives, and I think the president, he's trying to put those on the table, but this is a two-person dance, right? And he's the visiting team. He's not the home team. And so he's put out trade and investment. He's brought our CEOs. He's trying to get China to open up markets, all very important connectors, quite frankly, with his campaign promises and with longstanding American foreign policy to get the Chinese to actually allow for a more competitive market inside their country with well over 1 billion people. But the big tough nut to crack is that the Chinese are in no mood to really make concessions. And it seems like Xi is telling President Trump in a veiled threat kind of way, hey, I may take Taiwan. And if I do, we could have a war, so you should back off. And so that's pretty tough talk. And I think that's why you see Lindsey Graham, even in this snippet you showed earlier, trying to maybe give a little bad cop. So like let Trump be good cop and I'll be bad cop, balancing to give some support to the president because he's going to need it because it's going to take a whole American effort to not allow the Chinese to feel that they can run roughshod over Taiwan, as well as to open up their markets. And then the last thing I'll just add, this Iran question. China has been a primary backer of Iran for a number of years. I think we've talked about how they've been a key recipient of Iranian oil. They should be engaged. They should be pressured, pushed, cajoled, deal made, whatnot, to get the Iranians to really cough up their nuclear infrastructure in a way that can fully and completely end this war and open up the Straits of Hormuz. That's hard. I'm not saying that's a one phone call kind of thing, but I think that that's really a crucial target in this, that they are just like many other allies around the world. They are relevant to Iran, and we should try to, and I think the president should try to really peel back what he can do to get the Chinese to really clamp down on Iran and not keep this situation just sort of in this limbo uncertainty right now. We need them to push.
So his objective is to get Iran to help us with getting resolution with Iran, opening up the straits. But do you see any indication that she is going to do anything to help us?
No, and that I'm glad you asked that, because as I'm describing the idea, the goal here, right? I'm also thinking, well, why would she do that? And this is where Lindsey Graham's point comes in, like that we need to create incentives, and sometimes that means negative incentives. But right now, the president, he's not going to really focus on the negative incentives, although he should make sure that she understands that he's willing to use them. And I think he's done that over the past year or so. But look, if you're China, and you step back and you look at this, you say, oh, wow, the United States is in this war in the Middle East again. Good. Russia, Europe stuck in this war again. Good. I'm sitting over here and we're just building away and we're just growing our economy and we're just, constructing our islands in the Pacific and sort of projecting our power in different directions. And so good for us. We're in the catbird seat. He should not feel that comfortable, right? And I think that's the challenge for any American president. Going back to Nixon, who opened up China originally back in the early 70s, we need to make sure that the Chinese leadership does not feel that it has freedom to pursue its goals and ignore what we're looking at in return. And that means he needs to feel some heat. I want to add on a personal level. I did visit China in 2019. It's an overwhelming dynamic. And when I'm watching these visuals, obviously from very far away, I can only imagine that for President Trump, he's like, wow, my ballroom is too small. Like, this is really, I mean, it's, they know how to throw a party over there and they know how to do this. But it's in many ways, it's concocted. And this is what I want to add. This is not a free society. This is not a society with political debate, even like what you and I are having right now, right? This is a one-party dictatorship that has been ruling the great Chinese people now since 1948, 49, in a very autocratic, violent manner. And we also have, I think it would behoove the president to kind of point that out. Hey, we also expect you to treat your people better. There are ways to push back on the Chinese, but for everything we're seeing, which is very beautiful, we have to remember that underneath it is a system of harsh dictatorship.
It's interesting how you can put this show on, right, when the president comes. It reminds me of a story my father told me when I was young that I guess Berlin, 1936, where they had the Olympics there. My father told me that the regime had changed the city for all the foreign correspondents coming in and all the tourists coming in. They had completely changed the city, and they took all the restrictions off. They took all the restrictions to the press off. They let every foreign newspaper be sold at the stores. The radio programs were different. He said everything was different. So when you went there, you really had no idea what was going on. It would look like an open and free society, and people were happy and content, and there was freedom of the press and freedom of everything. And he said they did that for 6 months. And then the Olympics were over and it all went away. And it was back to the old way. So,
Amazing.
I mean, it's, dictator regimes have been known to do that. So that's kind of what they do. You get, you go in there and you don't really understand. Well, everything is fine here. And, and then you go back and they go back to the way we were. Let's get to the Iranian situation. I know you're very, very dialed in here. I mean, you look at their proposals. I mean, what planet did these people live on, Joel? They're crazy. I mean, it's like you look at them and it's like Trump is like, I threw it in the garbage. Like what? Like who's even in charge? Like what are they doing?
So Secretary Rubio, I think, had probably one of the funniest lines, and I guess he and I are relatively the same generation. And he said he was struggling for how to describe them, and he said they're insane in the brain. And I know he wanted to say they're insane in the membrane, which is a good old pop song from the 80s or something. But I mean, I'm sorry, like there is absolutely nothing that they are proposing that any American president should consider, right? So this is they're going backwards. Now, there's going to be a lot of critics of the war who are going to say, well, this is obviously because of Trump and he launched the war and therefore, he killed all their leaders who were so reasonable and rational leaders that we killed. And now we have the really bad guys, right? Because before this war, they were pretty easy to deal with. John, don't forget. Sarcasm alert for folks who may not know me. Look, they are, there is a diffuse leadership structure right now. There is a deeply physically wounded supreme leader, the son of the Ali Khamenei, who was killed in the first day of the war. A parallel to that, there is a foreign ministry and the presidency that is sort of like the professional bureaucrat, nice face to the world. Some people have been killed in there, but not really targeted because they're not decision makers. And then the third leg of the stool is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. That's sort of the paramilitary unit that was formed after the revolution in '79 to essentially safeguard the kingdom. Basically, they were like the high level paramilitary support for the supreme leader to enforce his diktat outside of the regular military. And they are the folks that when we think about Iran conducting terrorist operations overseas, they're the people organizing that. They're the people funding Hezbollah and training them and providing them with weapons into Hamas and the Houthis and blowing up Jewish community centers in Argentina. That's them, the IRGC. It's this terrorist organization. And they are really the decision makers, and they want nothing to do with any deals. And so whatever we think we're hearing from the Iranians, the IRGC is undermining that. And so I think the president is right to be baffled and frustrated. He's not baffled. He's right to be flummoxed, to be technical about it, because after all this bombing, the Iranians are getting worse rather than better. And so I think this is where we talked about the last time. It's going to require painful patience, right? It's going to require patience and strategy and this diplomacy with China. This is why I'm giving some push on it, because it's part of it. Structure a diplomatic program now that we have not necessarily organized prior to the war. Get our allies to lean in on Iran and let them know they can't play around with these games because Trump ain't going anywhere. If Trump decides, I'm out, I'm leaving, we're done, it's over, and physically removes it, then the Iranians win. It's a hard situation, but he chose this, right? So good. I'm cool with this. Stick it out. Build a program and push the Iranians to actually get real at the table, because currently they're not real, and so we're stuck in this sort of uncertainty period, which is very uncomfortable. It's not like you can resolve it in a tweet, right? Like, it's uncomfortable and it takes time, but this is the dynamic, and so use that leverage that we can get, including through this trip.
Painful patience, uncomfortable, no short-term solutions, which is what everybody is accustomed to in this country. Everything has got to be instant gratification. Let me get your comment on this. I got a couple more minutes. It really seems that many people in positions of political authority in the Democratic Party seem to be rooting for Iran to win in order to discredit the president and gain power. Is that just a misunderstanding that people like me have, or do you think there's some validity to that?
Well, I
And
mean,
I
John,
put that question as
go ahead.
softly as I can.
No, no. Look, hey, it's the right question. It's. We should all be asking that, and we should always be testing our leaders as well about what are they really going at, and I'll do it on my party, and because that's the right way for me to be pushing right now, and it's the right question. I appreciate it. I think there's like a couple different dimensions. First of all, the loudest voices, yes. Yes, the loudest voices are cheering for a Trump failure on Iran policy. Okay. I'm just going to say it. A lot of Democrats don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. The loudest voices are cheering for Trump to fail on Iran, for the Iranians to come away saying, victory, we won, we've got all our military. The Americans are going home and they got nothing out of it, and we still have our nuclear program, right? And that depresses me, and that's who I'm arguing against. The leadership is going to kind of be in this stress situation where they're going to kind of be critics of the Trump action. But I don't think the leadership is rooting for an Iranian victory. And I think overwhelmingly, Democratic leadership understands the stakes. The challenge for the Democratic political apparatus on this is that President Obama's Iran nuclear deal was a pinnacle policy success for President Obama and a legacy item. And when President Trump withdrew from that in 2018, he essentially terminated a major victory for President Obama and the Democratic Party, right? To be very clean about this. And so it's very difficult. And I was part of that. So I basked in the glow of that victory and from my perspective. It's very painful for a lot of Democrats to accept that after getting that victory tossed by Trump, that we should be supporting Trump's new policy on Iran. It's like, think about it in reverse. If there was a major there's a major Maha victory, an announcement on the vaccines. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get it all right on RFK's policies because I'm not sure I fully understand where he's driving us. But if he were to do things and then the next president comes in on our side and withdraws all that, and now we expect Republicans to be supporting our healthcare positions. It's not easy, right? But as an American, it matters. And as an American, Iran policy has been bipartisan for 47 years of deep concern about what they do. And this ran all the way through until about last year. And so just because Donald Trump is in doesn't mean that Iran's threatening nature has somehow disappeared.
Diminished.
It's still there.
I got to go to a break.
I'm going long, but
I
you
got
can
to
hear
go to
where I'm
break.
going.
I got to go to break. Stay with us through the break. Couple more minutes. I've got another guest. I got Julie coming up, but I want to get to Rand Paul's son's anti-Semitic rant.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. Yep.
I got to get to this.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Last day on Earth. Think about the tests you've ever taken, the job interviews you've had, and the many life celebrations you've been a part of. In all of these cases, preparation makes for successful outcomes. The same is true for dying. We must prepare every day for the day we are to die, in case today might be our last. Make sure you are right with the Lord first and foremost. If you are a Catholic, make sure you are in the state of grace by receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them. Cannot win with him, cannot coach with him, can't do it.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, we're back. We're going to finish up here with Joe Rubin. Joe's got a new book out. You can get it on Amazon. Saving Democrats' Foreign Policy. It's a book. I'm going to get that today because just to see what the hell they're going to do, because right now they don't make any sense. We're a little short on time, but and I'm not sure we still have Joel, his videos down. But I want to get to the, then after that we'll go right to Julianne. But let's get to Mike Lawler yesterday, Congressman in New York, absolutely blasting Rand Paul's son, that came out with some sort of a bizarre anti-Semitic rant. Now, I know that, I've got boys that are over 18, they're over 21 now, both of them. I mean, I get, but I mean, my goodness, geez. Let's get to 15. Take a listen. There's an F word here, but you're not going to hear it over the radio, but you are going to hear it on social media because we're going to get the word out, dump the word over the FCC channel. But you will hear it. So if you're offended by it, we'll just tune it out for a second. We couldn't take it out of the dialogue. Go ahead.
Well, I think it was reprehensible. I went to grab a bite to eat after a long day, and it's one of the few places to tune in that actually serves food after 10. So I was meeting a friend and one of your colleagues, and ultimately, this gentleman, William Rand, or William Paul decided to interject into the conversation and start accosting me about, if Thomas Massey loses, it's because of my people. And I asked him, well, who is my people? And he yelled out Jews. And I asked him, you think I'm Jewish? And he said, yes. I said, well, I'm Irish, Italian, Catholic. And he goes, I'm sorry to accuse you of that, which is just a remarkable statement in and of itself. But he then went on a roughly 10-minute diatribe about Israel, about Jews, about Paul Singer, and accusing Jews of being responsible for so many things, playing right into the typical anti-Semitic tropes that so many people rely on. And at one point, said that he hates Jews and hates gays and doesn't care if they die. And I think that's fucking disgusting. The conversation shortly thereafter ended. He gave me the middle finger and then tripped on his way out the door. But, look, I think it speaks to a larger issue, obviously, in society and what we're seeing among young people and what we see online. And this is the level of hatred and vitriol, frankly, that some of my Jewish colleagues experience, but many of my constituents experience. I have one of the largest Jewish populations anywhere in the country in my congressional district, and I'm not going to stop standing up for my constituents. I'm not going to stop standing up for the Judeo-Christian values that are at the core of our nation, our Constitution, our rule of law. As I reminded Mr. Paul, if you are Christian and you believe in the Bible, there is a thing called the Old Testament that is part of that, and seemingly he doesn't care.
I think we got it because I'm running short on time. I don't really know what to say here, Joel. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't get it. I'm 68. I mean, I've got 3 kids. I got 2 boys. I raise them right. One is a very Trump MAGA conservative. One is teaches at Arizona State, runs the websites in my company. Is PhD guy. He's very liberal, but none of them would ever say this. I mean, that's not the way they were raised. I mean, we're Catholic. I just, what is the genesis of this? Where does this come from? And then two minutes, I got to go. Go ahead.
I'll be tight. Look, John, first of all, thank you for bringing up this segment. Anti-Jewish behavior right now in this country is pervasive and comprehensive in every possible dimension, be it in universities, be it in organizational life, be it in the media, in social media. I can't go to synagogue without going through a metal detector anywhere in the United States. I can't go to a Jewish community center without going through a metal detector anywhere in the United States. Imagine if every church had to have a metal detector to go in. We have police sitting outside of our synagogue every high holiday and every Sabbath, every Shabbat, because of threats in a nonstop way. I grew up in Squirrel Hill, as you know, the site of the worst terror attack against Jews in this country. In 2018, 11 Jews were killed there. It's only gotten worse, although we have not had as many deaths. We have had deaths, and the ADL put out that this is the single worst period in violence towards Jews of the last 46 years, this past year. And it's increasing globally as well. In Europe, in Australia, in England, massive attacks. It's coming from all directions. I do want to mention one thing about the Pauls, if I may. The mask came off of grandson Paul. Ron Paul always put out newsletters laced with anti-Semitism. Rand Paul is never, ever to be confused with a friend of the Jewish community, ever. And we know this. We talk about this in the Jewish world. And now his son saying these things, I'm not surprised. This is exactly what the Paul lineage is. towards the Jewish community. It's just deep-seated hatred of Jews. And it breaks my heart. I'll close with this. You know, my family came here in 1905. My grandfather served in World War II. My father was in the reserves in Vietnam. I've served my country in multiple administrations and overseas. We love this country. I was at the Israeli Independence Day celebration last night, and American flags were everywhere. We are part and parcel of the American experience, and Jews we're a joyous people. And so to see this now, it breaks my heart. What gives me hope is people like you and friends and allies and people who speak out and speak up. We can't defeat this scourge alone. It has to be many more people than just the Jewish people. And so I am grateful that you're bringing this up and talking about it.
Well, thank you, Joel. And it's disgusting. I mean, you can't control what your kids do. We all know that. I mean, once they get to be of age, they can make their own decisions. But I think when you look at the grandfather and you go down, I mean, it's pretty much. It seems like perhaps it's pervasive within the household. I mean, I look. I can't talk with them. I don't know.
Right.
Conjecture, but and it's tough because he is no friend of the Jewish community. There's no question about it. But this level of anti-Semitism, I mean, what this kid said to a congressman is just
it's horrifying,
stunning. And again, I come from a point where I got a daughter who's basically a moderate, voted for DeSantis, lives in Florida, but I got, two boys on the opposite ends of the spectrum. I mean, you can't get further. I mean, one is way to the right of me and one is way to the left of me. And so both of them, I love them. We love them all. And my liberal son, runs all of our websites, and he's done an outstanding job. He's a great young man. Both of them are fine young men. But I couldn't imagine ever saying this. They weren't brought up. Something's going on in your household to feel that you can just spout this stuff off when your father's a U.S. senator and your grandfather and your father ran for president. I don't know. It's not good. Something's going on. It's just bad. Let's leave it at that. Joe Rubin, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, John. Always.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Not just not good. Okay. Coming on now, one of my favorite guests of all time ever is Julianne Murray. Julianne, thanks for being with us. Thank you for your patience today, and love you to death. Julianne, I got to know Julianne as she was chairman. Well, first of all, she ran for Attorney General. This is how I first got to know her. She ran for Attorney General in Delaware. Nobody thought she had a chance in hell. And she got 48% of the vote, ran a great campaign. This was 2022, I think.
22, yep.
22, she ran a great campaign. We had her on her show a bunch of times. And I'm like, yeah, Delaware, Julianne, whatever. And she's like, no, we're going to win. This is another person who I just okay, Julianne, whatever. And then she gets 48% of the vote. Came within a few.
46. Let's 46.3. Let's be precise.
Okay, 46.3, but only 12,000 votes.
Correct.
Right? It was 12,000 votes.
Yeah.
You change 6,000 people, you win. Then she became the most dynamic chairwoman of the Delaware Republican Party ever. And she was fantastic and actually did a lot for that state and tried to build a Republican Party there, a real one. And I was so proud of her. And she became U.S. Attorney from Delaware. Yay! Appointed by President Trump. And then Chris Coons, deep sixer, and wouldn't give her the blue slip. And she couldn't stay in the position, although she was doing a super job. Which is wrong with this whole blue slip thing. Explain to our audience, you were appointed as U.S. Attorney for Delaware. You super qualified, doing a great job, and Coons deep sixes you. What is this? Explain to our audience, what is this blue slip thing?
Okay, so a couple of things. A blue slip it's a Senate tradition. President Trump has said quite a bit about it, but basically, the home state senators have to give what's called a blue slip, give an approval. They don't have to vote for you, but they have to say they're okay with you moving forward in the process before you can be confirmed. The problem is that if a state does not give, or if the senators do not give you the blue slip, you can't even get to the Judiciary Committee. So I never got a committee hearing because Chris Coons, basically, I mean, very much we're political opposites. Democrat basically said, no, I'm not gonna. She's a Trump girl. I'm not gonna give the blue slip. And when he did so, he didn't complain about my qualifications. He didn't say I was doing a bad job. He said that I disagree with President Trump and I'm worried about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. So I can't give her a blue slip. That's ridiculous. I mean, that is just the definition of partisan politics. I mean, news break here. Presidents get to appoint U.S. attorneys. That's what happens. They're by nature going to be of the opposite political party in a blue state. But I think that part of what happened here with Senator Coons was I actually met with President Trump. So I was one of a handful of U.S. attorneys that he met with that, he reached across the desk, shook my hand, congratulated me, and picked me for Delaware. And I think that was just too juicy for Senator Coons. And basically, it was a way for him to just say, I'm not going to give the president what he wants on this.
So who's the other senator from Delaware?
Lisa Blunt Rochester. Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Is she Congress or Senate? She's the Senate.
She is Senate.
The transgender one is the one in Congress, right? The House.
Correct.
So what was your so I mean you can't even get, is this a man-made rule in the Senate? Like you can't even get to the Judiciary Committee without both of the senators in the state letting you go forward? Just one person can stop it?
Yes, one.
And what about
now
Lisa?
In this
Did
case,
Lisa do anything to stop it?
No. I mean, she is the junior senator, and she is, she's going to follow the lead of Coons on this. What's so disappointing about it is I actually engaged in the process. I interviewed with the Coons. He had an interview panel of all staunch Democrats. I came out top from that. I was their recommendation. I sat down, I met with Coons and Blunt Rochester, and actually, it was a constructive interview. He even said it was a constructive interview. We don't agree about everything, obviously. But, he, and one of the gotchas was, he said, what would you do if you were given an illegal order by Pam Bondi or by the president of the United States? And, and I said, well, I'm the highest law enforcement officer in the state of Delaware. And my duty is, to the state of Delaware and to the rule of law. And if I have a problem with something, I'm going to push back. That is why President Trump picked me. I think he surrounds himself with people that would push back. He doesn't need a bunch of yes people. He's got a strong enough personality. So I actually walked out of the interview going, okay, maybe I get, I didn't need him to approve, vote for me, but I just needed him to give me the okay to get to the Judiciary Committee. And then about, I'm going to say 3 weeks later, in a newspaper article is how I found out. So super classy guy, didn't engage with me at all, tell me where he was going to come down on this. I find out from a reporter that I'm not going to get the blue slip. And I became what was called the acting U.S. attorney once my interim period expired. And, for those, that there's been a lot in the news about that. Alina Habba was acting for a while. There's one in Nevada, California, New Mexico. But there's a lot of issues with that. It's being challenged legally. And in the Third Circuit, which Delaware and New Jersey are both in the Third Circuit, they ruled that it's unconstitutional. And so I actually voluntarily resigned to save the office from litigation because defense counsel were going to come in and start challenging the indictments that came out of my office.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is this a man-made rule? Is this new?
It is. No. Blue slips have been around for a long time.
But why do we give, what the whole thing in the Senate is you give one senator the ability to stop anything, stop a U.S. attorney, stop a bill, stop a confirmation. You got one senator out of 100 has ultimate power to stop anything. It's a crazy system.
Well, and what has happened this term with President Trump is a lot of this stuff is coming to light. I think people may not necessarily be dialed into exactly what's going on, but thankfully he's pretty vocal about it. And so it is a problem that, that a president can't get the people that he wants around him. And, and like, I understand the purpose of confirmation hearings. I understand the, the up and down vote. I mean, I think, but what's so frustrating about the blue slip process is that there wasn't even an up or down vote. You can't get to the Judiciary Committee. So there was a lot of pushback last summer when when Alina's case was kind of coming to a head against Chuck Grassley to say, just nuke the freaking blue slips. Let these candidates get to the Judiciary Committee and we'll have an up or down vote.
Could John Thune do that? Does John Thune and the majority have a power to just nuke the blue slips?
Yes, absolutely.
See, they don't do anything. This is what is so frustrating. We have the majority and we don't do crap. We don't do anything.
Well, and I mean, and so the whole conversation about, nuking the filibuster and, but if we do it, newsflash, if the Democrats get back in power, they're nuking the filibuster.
In 15 minutes.
They're nuking the blue slips. They are going to get who they want in those positions, but the Republican.
That's right. They'll get rid of the blue slips. They'll get rid of the blue slips so they can put all the communists in. They don't, I mean, it's like, I just don't get what we're doing, but I got to tell you, you were a fighter that I recognized so long ago, not only in your attorney general's race, but then when you became chairman of the Delaware Republican Party, you were determined, because it didn't do anything, right? And you were determined, you said, look, if I'm going to be chairman, I don't care what the past is, we're going to build a party here. We're going to build it into something. We're going to get coalitions. We're going to get real candidates. We're going to make people feel proud to be a Republican in Delaware. We're going to get them motivated. We're going to get independents. And you did that. And in my run in Washington, D.C., just for Ward 2 chairman, you are my inspiration. And I'm modeling what I'm doing after what you did in Delaware. That took balls and guts. And you put something together there that was special. And I hope your legacy there continues, because you made Delaware, Republicans there that I talked to, I had never seen them as inspired as when you were the chairwoman there.
75% voter turnout for registered Republicans in 24.
Think about that.
I mean, and that's a low. I mean, like, I think the number should be 100.
Right.
But 75% statewide turnout for Republicans in the 24 election. We worked our tails off.
It can be done.
Yeah,
75% turnout. You know what we're getting? You know what the turnout we get in Washington, D.C. for Republican turnout? 15 to 20%. Nobody even turns out because the party doesn't stand for anything and nobody does anything. So why bother? So we get like 25% turnout, 30% if everything is perfect. That's the high note. You're getting 75% Republican turnout and growing the party.
Yes. No, it was and I ran because when I lost the 22 election, I lost because Republicans didn't show up and vote. Remember, we were going to have the big red wave, in 22 that just flopped because people didn't show up. And so it was a highly contested race in 23, but came in with, my brand. And my team, we worked our tails off and absolutely made a difference. And I had to resign because I became the U.S. attorney.
But if you had gotten 75% turnout in 2018, you would have been elected attorney general. See, this is what I'm talking about. When I grow up, I want to be like you.
I appreciate that.
I want to. I'm modeling what I'm doing here after Julianne Murray and her model in Delaware, which is the best thing for a party like ours that has no engagement. You went from getting 30% turnout to 75% turnout in 2 years. Unbelievable.
Probably maybe a little higher, but we definitely made a difference. Before you let me go, I do want to mention kind of, Delaware is, its own hot mess. And, Cesar Rodney, the Cesar Rodney statute in 2020 was taken down because it's racist. You can't make this up. It's in DC right now at Freedom Plaza. Well, the Great American State Fair, part of the Freedom 250 stuff that's coming up right now for the 250th anniversary, they're having each state have a pavilion. Delaware wasn't participating. The first state was not participating. So somebody reached out to me. I connected the Freedom 250 with the Caesar Rodney Institute, which is Delaware think tank. They do some really great stuff so that Delaware will have representation. The first state will be at the Great American State Fair, but we're going to, we need volunteers. We need, we need money. We need all of this stuff. So CaesarRodney250.com is the site. And so, no, I'm not, as I told you the other day, I'm just a private citizen, John. I'm no longer a U.S. attorney. I'm no longer a chair. I'm still going to fight. I'm going to make their heads explode. If they were trying to give Delaware a black eye by not participating, they failed miserably.
You'll never go away from the first state. Julianne, I got to go. I want to thank you for being with us. You're an extraordinary woman. Did a great job in Delaware. When I grow up, I want to be like you.
Thanks,
That's
man.
my goal.
Have a great
All
one.
right, DC Dispatch next. All right, ladies, let's go.
This is WJFN, Goochland, Barnard, Chester, and WJFV, Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Chinese President Xi says he and President Trump agree the China-U.S. relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. Xi spoke at a state banquet in Beijing that followed a 2-hour meeting with President Trump, who called Xi a friend.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today.
America's top diplomat is among those in the U.S. delegation, and that's raising some eyebrows.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is joining President Trump in Beijing despite past Chinese sanctions barring his entry over human rights criticisms. China's temporarily lifted the ban for this visit. Meanwhile, a viral photo of Rubio aboard Air Force One in a Venezuela Nike outfit, seen as a nod to pressure on leader Nicolas Maduro, sparked online buzz, highlighting the broader geopolitical messaging behind the trip.
Correspondent Ken Lorman says it's thought that Rubio's presence reflects a wider U.S. strategy to challenge China across multiple fronts. Xi warns of the potential for conflict between the U.S. and China over Taiwan. The British military says it's investigating the seizure of a ship that had been anchored off the coast of the United Arab Emirates and is now heading toward Iranian territorial waters. At least 5 people killed, dozens wounded, a massive Russian drone and missile attack on Ukraine. An apartment complex in Kiev reduced to a pile of rubble. The third straight day that Moscow unleashed such a large-scale barrage comes after a brief ceasefire. Ahead of this morning's opening bell, the Dow futures up 415 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 62. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The Senate confirms Kevin Warsh as Federal Reserve Chairman.
The ayes are 54, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed.
The vote to confirm Warsh brings new leadership to the world's most powerful central bank. Warsh's nomination faced uncertainty after Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina threatened to block it while the Justice Department investigated Fed Chair Jerome Powell. The Powell probe was dropped in April, allowing the Warsh confirmation to move forward. He'll take over as the Fed confronts stubborn inflation, deep division over interest rates, and renewed scrutiny from President Donald Trump over its independence. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A Philippine senator wanted by the International Criminal Court has fled from the Senate, where he sought refuge to evade arrest. Officials say Senator Ronald De La Rosa slipped out after gunshots were fired during an argument with a government agent. Townhall.com. Well, someone has deep pockets.
Christie says a 5.5 carat triangular cut diamond billed as the largest fancy vivid blue green diamond known to exist is sold for more than 13.5 million Swiss francs, or $17.3 million. The auction house said it was a record for a stone of its kind ever to be sold at auction. The Ocean Dream, as it's been called, was a standout offer at the auction house's Geneva sale of jewelry on Wednesday. It was found in Central Africa back in the 1990s. Bob Agnew reporting.
Alex Murdaugh's murder convictions and life sentence for the deaths of his wife and son have been overturned by the South Carolina Supreme Court. That's because a court clerk at his trial had suggested to jurors that he was guilty. But the disgraced lawyer will not be getting out of prison anytime soon, and prosecutors say that they do plan to retry Murdaugh. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
Folks, this is Crime Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me! I'm a man! I'm 40!
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth!
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him. You're on DC Dispatch. This is our second edition of DC Dispatch. You can hear DC Dispatch every Thursday live 9 to 10 on the John Fredericks Media Network. Thanks for being with us. We're live in Washington, D.C. with our DC Dispatch panelists. Let's start to my right. Maria Pickering is with us. Thank you for being here, Maria. Longtime GOP activist in Washington, D.C., one of the builders of this party, ran for city council at large, been here forever, and raised her family here, knows what's going on. And so it's always good to have you. Good to have you back.
Nice to be here,
Good to have
John.
you back.
Thank you.
And it's happy to have you guys in studio. And Terry with us. Terry, I love when you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about your media background again for our new listeners.
Oh, sure. I'm Terry Gilberg. I have been in broadcast media for over
believe it or not, 30 years. Forever young.
You're too young to be in 30 years.
Forever young. I was a TV anchor. I was a morning drive radio anchor. I was a radio reporter. I was a TV reporter. And then I had a long stint in News Talk Radio in Phoenix, working for Clear Channel Communications, which became iHeartMedia. And then I went over to Salem Media Network. And now I'm here in DC doing television again.
With me.
Yes.
And now, of course, Salem just went private, selling to one of their companies that they've been partnerships for so long. They had delisted off the stock exchange, in a stock purchase. They were a penny stock and basically sold for $1. So Salem, no longer a public company, now a private concern. We'll see how that goes. I have no comment on it. Don't know, don't care, to be quite honest. Also joining us, how's that? Also joining us, the vice chair, I could care less. The vice chair, we're a private company, so we have no partners, no investors. All we have is a conglomeration of community banks that Ann put together financing this company. It's kind of, she should write a book on this whole thing. I mean, how she put this together is unbelievable, but that's for another day. Also joining us on our panel, the vice chair of the DC GOP, coming live from Florida while her house gets refurbished up here in DC. Christine Goodlander, who was the vice chair of the DC GOP, also is runs my political operation as well as my campaign manager for this campaign, my treasurer, and basically does everything and tells me what to do. So I got basically a number of women in my life telling me what to do every day. It's about
Isn't it great?
how it goes. Yeah, it's makes life easy, right? I just do what they say, and things turn out well. So that's all you have to do. So anyway, it's good to have you with us on DC Dispatch, and don't forget to follow us on DC Dispatch. You can get it by going to makedccgreat.com. Makedccgreat.com. I just had a new column out on my proposal to make all rents 100% deductible for all renters in DC for their homes, and put that in the Republican DC GOP platform if we had a platform, which we do not have. Maybe someday on another.
No, we have a platform.
I don't know what it is. Maybe you should send it to me. I have no earthly idea what it is, or vision, or mission.
Yeah, we got to get the platform out there more, but we do technically have a platform.
Technically is good. That's better than none. Okay, we're going to get to my Catholic Church, St. Anne's, is in Tenley. And so we go there every week on the Red Line, a couple stops from the North Farragut station from here. We had a shooting there recently.
Yes.
Maria, tell us about that.
Well, it was very unfortunate. This was a young man from our local high school, from Jackson Reed High School, who was shot by another young man, somebody he knew, in the parking lot of the CVS on Wisconsin Avenue. Very tragic, very, tragic for the school community, tragic, obviously, for that young man's family. But this goes on a lot. We talked last week about curfews and about issues with young people not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Well, these young people were having a crap game in the parking lot of CVS, or doing things, why weren't they at the library doing their homework? It's very, very tragic situation, and, with repercussions all over the city.
What was the age? Do they know the age of the shooter?
I think he was a teenager as well. Yes, he was. He
destroyed his life and destroyed the other young man's life.
He was 18.
And so there's
Senior.
ostensibly you're not supposed to have guns in DC. How are they getting these guns?
Well, they're illegal weapons. They're resourceful. Again, a lot of criminals are not stupid. They're intelligent people. If they'd only put that intelligence to good use rather than to doing things like getting illegal guns and shooting their classmates, it's
the shame of it is here.
This is at a community level.
This is not you had like a bank robbery and somebody got shot, or they were robbing a convenience store. This was basically a dice game in the parking lot. It's just unbelievable that we're allowing this to happen. And I mean, isn't this an argument, Terry, for these curfews to be enforced?
You mean curfew at 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Was that what
Go
that was?
home. We talked about going home last week. Be home at 11 o'clock curfew. Well, curfew is all in the news in DC. But how do you curfew after school kids when they meet in an alley by a CVS? I think it can go to the point of police can break up crowds of more than 9. There's that angle again. We were talking about that last week. When this first happened, which was last Thursday, when he was shot, and then last Friday he passed away at the hospital. That's my understanding. He was 18 years old. He was a football player. He was a standout football player for Jackson Reed High School Tigers. Everybody seemed to love him. He was quite athletic. He wanted to go into law enforcement or into the military. Those were his dreams, those 2 avenues. But he found himself in an alley, kind of an open space alley, it wasn't really too tight, getting shot. And at first I thought it must be over a girlfriend, maybe. It could be over drugs. It could be over problems with his studies, maybe cheating or something. Now we find out it's over gambling. So probably a gambling debt, although I don't think that the police have come out officially with the raison d'etre as to how he died.
He's 18 years old. How can you run up a gambling debt? That was just impossible, right? I mean, there's no bookmakers around.
The fundamental problem here, though, is that there's been no accountability for youth crime in DC. So you have actually a majority of carjackings are committed by people who are young people, teenagers, early 20s, and they've learned that they won't be prosecuted, or if they are prosecuted, they won't go to jail. So you sort of build these habits of criminality, and that leads to tragic situations like we saw in Tenleytown.
Horrible. But it goes back to, the chaos that's going on in the city, which brings us, ladies, to the mayor's race, which is going to be won in the Democrat primary, most likely, which is June 16th, which is our primary as well. And looks like we got 2 major candidates on the Democrat side running for mayor. And the favorite is still, what I'm hearing, is Janice Lewis-George, who is running to the left of Mondavi. That's even possible. I guess she's running as a communist, Stop Trump, Free DC. I don't know what they're going to free DC from, other than we freed it from the majority of crime. So let's start with Christina Goodlander here. Give us your take on the DC Democrat Party's mayor's race. Where do you see it going? And how will ranked choice voting play into this?
So to back up, we have an incredibly competitive mayoral race in DC. And this is actually the first time in quite a long time that you see 2 candidates from very different ideological traditions within the Democrats, right? You have Janice Lewis-George, who is a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, who originally won her seat on the council when she primaried one of Mayor Bowser's guys, who's one of her proteges. She won that primary. She's now on the council, and so you could say in a lot of ways she's the original Mamdani. I disagree with pretty much every one of her policy platforms, but she has an undeniable political talent. And she has backing from the trade unions. And then on the other side, you have Kenyon McDuffie, who calls himself a moderate progressive. He actually is quite to the left of Mayor Bowser, but he has backing from the business community. And this has been a very expensive race by DC standards. Each of these candidates has spent more than $1 million. A lot of that's actually taxpayer money through this racket that is the Fair Elections program. And we've also seen 6 figures worth of independent expenditures for both Kenyon McDuffie and Janice Lewis-George. So this is quite the contested election. Now, we also have a couple of other candidates who are considered more minor candidates. You have a guy named Gary Goodweather, who's a real estate developer, military veteran, who's kind of the 3rd place candidate. He's raised 6 figures. He's running a real campaign. So it could be interesting if it's very closely contested between Lewis-George and McDuffie, if neither one of them gets a majority. You could see something interesting happening with ranked choice voting. But I do think it's most likely that the Democratic nominee will either be Janice Lewis-George or Kenyon McDuffie.
So, Terry, it seems like McDuffie, who has to bill himself in this primary as a progressive, and his record is, certainly more moderate than Janice Lewis George, but it seems like he's getting the business community, the business interest support by default, because Lewis George would be so bad for business in the city. So he's kind of inherited it through nothing of his own other than she's worse.
Well, you're right. And I agree with all of that. I saw a recent debate between the two of them. And what was interesting and what I pulled from it with regard to Kenyon is that he's got a track record that is pretty interesting. Started out without a college degree, was a mailman. Then he went to college. Then he went to law school.
You're talking about McDuffie.
McDuffie. Yes, I'm sorry. Kenyon McDuffie. Then he went to law school. Then he became a prosecutor at the DOJ. And he often reminds us all that he worked under Obama's DOJ. She doesn't have that track record. And though in that kind of a buildup, that kind of a backstory to his life, that draws in the business community more, in addition to him being more moderate. He also is very smart, I think, to pick at her saying, "You got the gift of gab. You have all bark but no bite, because on the city council, you did not do this, but you did do this, including being an absentee when Mario Bowser was trying to get her budget at least announced." Now, there's cuts in the budget. Maybe we'll talk about that. But as far as Kenyon goes, he's saying, where were you when she was making these cut announcements? Well, she had another appointment. Why would she want to be there? Because in the end, if she wins, all those cuts are not going to be cuts anymore.
Maria, you ran for city council at large. You know a little bit about the budget. Is McDuffie resonating, you think?
He's resonating with some people. I think from a large perspective, we have a spending problem in this town.
Yes.
We don't have a revenue generation problem. We have a spending problem. And things like this so-called fair election scheme are a perfect example of it. Christina, what did we say? Over $8 million?
8.3 million and counting, and that number will only get bigger because of there will be a lot of candidates running for at large as independents in the general election.
So before we get back to Myra, Christina, just explain very quickly to our audience where this $8 million in taxpayer money came from, so our national audience understands what the system is here.
So basically, like a lot of Democrat-controlled big cities, Washington, D.C. basically has a taxpayer-funded elections program. So candidates can get basically a 5 times match for the money that they raise from taxpayer money if they meet certain metrics heading into the qualification period. This year, unfortunately, no Republicans have qualified for the program. We've had Republicans qualify for it in the past. I oppose it philosophically, but I think if it's the rules, we need to use everything we got to play within the rules. But this year, I think, has been a record for the amount of taxpayer dollars spent to fund Democrats and their campaigns.
I mean, it's going to be over $10
Attorney
million.
General race, he's running uncontested, and the guy's got $1 million in taxpayer money. It's insane.
It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. When I ran for city council 6 years ago, as a matter of principle, I refused to participate in the fair election scheme on the thinking that if you're going to be competent and you want people to vote for you to represent them well, you should show some initiative and some competence in raising your own money. And my wonderful campaign chairman, Dr. Charles, convinced me that, hey, Maria, here's the amount we need. I thought, oh, goody, I get this many of my best friends to max out to me, and I'm good. Well, when you run for office, you really find out who your true friends are.
By the way, thank you for the campaign donation. True friend, thank you for the campaign donation. And Christina, thank you also. See, these are my favorites.
But this scheme is really a waste of taxpayer money. When I was running against close to 24, most of them loony left wing Democrats pretending to be independents. So that's another story. You know, we have two seats on the city council that are by law set aside for minority parties. Well, there is no independent party in Washington, D.C. The minority parties are the Republicans, the Libertarians, and the Statehood Green Party, who are legally registered minority parties. There is no independent
let's just
party
get to
in
that,
the
because
district.
that law was set up so that, I think you said it was two. I think
Yes.
Is it two or one?
I think it's a couple. You correct me if I'm wrong. It's two.
It's
Yes.
two.
Yes.
So two of the are they just the at large, or could there be any district?
The only two that are set aside are the two at-large seats.
Right. So they were supposed to be non-Democrats, right?
Minority
parties, which was a good idea.
Yes.
Basically should have been set aside for Republicans, so that you have some balance. But then what happened is the Democrats, when they want to run for the seat, 2 days before they file, they changed their party registration to independent. They file as an independent, win, and then caucus with the Democrats. So the whole rule has become basically bastardized, and it's just another way for the Democrats to have power. And shouldn't that rule be changed? Shouldn't Comer change that and say you have to be a registered minority party, which independents are not?
That's correct. And some cycles ago, and this was maybe 10 or more years ago, the then leadership of the Republican Party in the district actually filed a lawsuit to contest that, to promote that idea. Unfortunately, it was not successful. But so technically, these people holding these seats are illegally in those seats, because this is not the intent. This was not the intent of the legislation. The intent was for minority representation.
Yeah, so it should be one of those three parties: Green or Libertarian,
or Republican. Those are the duly registered minority parties in the
So,
District of
Christina, when we filed that lawsuit, why did it go nowhere if that was the law that Congress instituted over their jurisdiction over the city?
I mean, fundamentally, the way that you could fix this easily would be an amendment to the Home Rule Act. So that would basically require Congress tweaking the language to the Home Rule Act to clearly state that these seats are reserved for members of minority parties, and then have that pass Congress and have the president sign it. That would be the simplest fix.
There's an old adage in politics that politics is about winning elections. It's not about policy. It's about winning elections, because when you win, then you can do policy. I'm with Christina. You can stand on your soapbox, you can have a megaphone, you can be out there in McPherson Square. But the bottom line at the top of the page is you've got to win. That means take the fair election money, even if it isn't fair, but it's money there, and Republicans, get your butt together and get in this race, because they are nowhere. The Republican Party in DC is just getting squashed. I don't understand that. Get a candidate up and use some of the fair election money. I don't understand it. So you got to win. I mean, you can nobly do what you did. I think that's awesome. But do you win with that methodology? You've got to win. That's the nature of politics. You got to get in the door. And today it seems by any means possible. I mean, you can throw lawsuits around, but it's kind of catch me if you can. Here's a lawsuit. Well, okay, I already did the deed. Catch me if you can. Lawsuits are difficult. They bog people down. And the Democrats are running away with any means possible to get in the door.
That's why
and they
win.
will get in the door, and they
they'll
do
do whatever it takes, and we don't really have a legitimate effort here. I think that's one of the reasons I'm running. We'll get to that in a minute. But Mario, let's get back to what Christina Goodlander said, Vice Chair of DC GOP, that basically all we have to do with this is we have a Republican Congress. We have a Republican president.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
All we have to do is get Comer, who's head of the committee that oversees the district, right?
Yeah.
Christina is, by the way, Christine is one of the smartest people in DC I've met. She really knows this stuff. So, Christina, what you're saying is all we have to do is get Comer to get an amendment to home rule that says these two seats have to be represented by a true minor party, and the independent is not a minor party. So if they did that, wouldn't that you would get two Republicans the next cycle?
One would hope.
Or the Democrats would then run as a Green Party candidate or a Libertarian.
They'd find a way.
They'd find a way to do it, but at least you get the scam off the table.
Well,
why don't we?
You would get these incredibly egregious situations off the table. The most egregious recent example actually was none other than Kenyon McDuffie, who ran as an independent in 2022 because he was disqualified from running for attorney general. So as a Democrat. And he was a sitting Democrat member of the council representing Ward 5. And he just magically switched himself to independent to run for the at-large seat. He won, and then he resigned, magically switched himself back to Democrat to run for mayor. It's such an egregious violation of the spirit of the principle. Well, and this is something that could be fixed very easily by Congress, should they decide to do so.
We're far beyond the spirit, in my opinion.
There ought to be changes that would guarantee true minority representation. And then this business of ranked choice voting is another opportunity for mischief. The vote should be what it is instead of down selecting. Now, if in the example Christina cited, it might be possible that Mr. Goodweather would be a winning candidate, and I have met him, and he seems like a reasonable fellow compared to most of the other people who are running for mayor. I mean, he's got a business background. He's a veteran. He seems like he really has concern for the citizens rather than, these left-wing people who are looking for more ways to get people on the government payroll. It's nice to have competition there, but I'm not sure how strong a candidate he is compared to Janice and Kenyon.
Well, it's interesting that Janice Lewis George is running on a campaign of Free DC, and basically her whole campaign promise is, I'm going to fight Trump every step of the way. Right. What does that do for the people of the district? Like, what does that have to do with my life or my family's life or Anne or even my cat? Nothing. Like, there's not a single thing that she said that is going to improve my life as a resident of the district.
And she has this attitude that Trump controlling DC is already a given. She's not proactive when she talks. She talks reactively.
That's true.
Trump's controlling everything. The National Guard is here. He's getting money back into the police department. He's doing this. He's cleaning up the homelessness. He wants literacy. He wants childcare.
He wants childcare.
Well, Janice, I guess he's running the shop because home rule hasn't worked, Janice, and you've been on the city council. Hello.
I know you're there. You're there making the decisions, and that the city is. If it hadn't been for Trump, it'd be a complete disaster. So when she says, "I see these people out there that free DC," and I can't help myself. I shouldn't do this. And Anna always gets mad when I'm with her. But I can't help myself. I'm like, "Excuse me, ma'am," and it's always a woman from Northern Virginia. Like nobody actually campaign. Nobody actually has these shirts on that actually live here. I'm like, "Where are you from?" Right. Northern Virginia. Okay, so free DC from what? Oh, from the National Guard. Well, like crime is down like 90%. I mean, what are you going to free us from?
About Free DC is that they pretend to be this local grassroots group. They show up with their handwritten signs to protest anything that President Trump does, but they are actually part of a Soros-funded 501c4 that's a multi-million-dollar effort funded by dark money, funded by George Soros, funded by the Pritzker family. There's big money behind this, but they pretend to be this grassroots whatever. But it's a total fraud.
And John, your question is right. And I see some of these signs in my own neighborhood. And I want to ask people, free DC from what? From the kind of crime that results in teenagers being shot in the park, within 2 blocks of their high school, free DC from high taxes, free DC from burdensome regulations. I ran into a neighbor who owns some multi-unit properties, and he said it's a wonder there's any affordable housing in the district because of all these regulations that are so skewed in favor of tenants and against landlords being able to recapture legitimate expenses, that it's really difficult. Free DC from blatant mismanagement, from poorly performing public schools. Yes,
from pipelines,
let's free DC
breaking
from that
to get our waste in the Potomac. I mean, what are we free?
1,000 carjackings a year. We had 1,000 carjackings in 2023.
It's like, what are you going to free us from? It's just crazy. But this is what's interesting, is this ranked choice voting. This is really the first time that we've had this in a general election. And it's going to start with their primary. And of course, this is just my conjecture here, right? So you look at ranked choice voting and you say, okay, if you're voting for George, who's going to be your second choice? Well, probably McDuffie or probably one of the other people. I don't know who. But if you're voting for McDuffie, is George going to be your second choice? Doubtful. If you're voting for George Goodlander, right? I'm sorry,
Gary Goodweather.
Gary Goodweather. Sorry, Christina. No,
I'm not running for mayor.
Maybe you should be. If you voted for Gary, what's his name? Goodweather. Sorry, guys, you got too many goods. If you voted for Gary, there's no way Janice is going to be your second choice, right? Or your third choice. Right. So.
And we also have a couple of interesting minor candidates who are going to do really well. Like there's one candidate who will do very well in Ward 2 named Hope Solomon, who's running on a platform of good governance. Another candidate named Rini Sanpat. So they'll get a lot of people's first choice votes, but those people's second choice votes will not be Janice. They'll probably be Kenyon.
See, that's what I'm saying. I think the ranked choice is going to sink eventually the Janice Louis George campaign, because she's nobody's second choice. I mean, you're either voting for her because you're on the radical far left and you're mad at the world for some reason. You don't like to be safe or free. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but she's not going to get anybody's second choice. So she could win first, and then she could lose to McDuffie on the strength of the second choices.
Yeah.
And but it's also going to be interesting to see how long this takes to count those. Because remember, they did this in New York City the first time, and it was a complete disaster, right? It took like weeks to figure it out. So what is your position on that, Christina Goodlander?
On ranked choice voting?
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous. The people who are pushing ranked choice voting claim that it's going to make our politics civil again, that it's going to heal America, it's going to bring us all back together because it forces candidates not to be nasty to each other. We've seen one of the nastiest campaigns in DC this cycle, not just the mayoral primary, also the primary for our non-voting congressional delegate seat, where you've seen one candidate basically post photos of the other candidate's father's home on her website in order to generate opposition research. You've seen just mudslinging, you've seen attack ads.
Yes.
So ranked choice voting is not delivering what its proponents say it'll deliver.
It's hard to argue with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, I'm a
is.
proponent of ranked choice voting in Republican primaries. I think we should have that option to stop just what you said. But it's in theory, yes. But here, it's not worked.
I think it's a recipe for disaster, John.
Well,
What you also have to understand, too, is that a lot of the Democrats don't want ranked choice voting. Actually, the official position of the DC Democratic Party is that we don't want this. And there are a lot of vociferous opponents to it on the DC Council because they're saying this is ridiculous. It's too confusing. It'll lead to delayed results. Let's just have a straightforward vote for the person you want to win.
Well, the other thing I think is going to happen here is the race for the non-voting congressional seat, which I thought the favorite going in is our councilwoman in the 2nd district, Brooke Pinto. Very good-looking lady, got a lot of money from, I think, Connecticut, very well funded, went to all the best schools, all the good stuff there. But this is the problem that you got with ranked choice voting if you're going to do what she did. what she did to her opponent was so egregious. I mean, it was so bad. Posting Oppo, they didn't even resource it. Pictures of his father's house. I mean, it was horrible. Just posted it publicly. Well, if you're voting for the other candidate or anybody in that race, there's no way she's your second choice.
Of course.
Zero chance.
Zero.
So she has to win 50%, or I think she's toast. I think she went from winning to losing because of the ranked choice voting. Christine, if you look at the people in that race, she's be nobody's second choice after what she did.
Yes, but all's fair in love and politics and war. And politics is war, right?
It's tough to tell because you have...
From what I see, she's leading. And you're absolutely right. She's extremely turned out. She's extremely articulate.
Turned out? What is that?
Fancy, camera ready, articulate, loquacious.
Like you.
I'm better than her. Has her
turned
act together.
I never heard that.
Upscale. She has her act together. And she's got a track record in Ward 2, which, by the way, for the national audience is sort of considered the fancy ward. It's the ward of the White House. And it's the ward of this show. But she's really on a pedestal. And she gets TV time. Just like the other two mayoral candidates. They get TV time. And so the mudslinging is like, oh, yeah, this is part of the game. I think she's got it.
You think she's going to win?
Running a strong campaign.
I do.
She's running a strong campaign. She's strong on public safety. Her main opponent. So this is actually another interesting race as well, because it's another race where you have two front runners and then sort of a third place candidate who could do interesting things to the dynamic. So you have Brooke Pinto, who's the Ward 2 councilwoman who we were talking about. She's from Greenwich. Her father's some sort of finance bro, something like that in New York City. Like, very, very fancy. And then you have Robert White is the other major candidate who had run against Mayor Bowser in a primary in 2022 from the left. He's an at-large council member. And Robert White has a citywide profile. He's quite far to the left, maybe not as far as Janice, but pretty far because they've endorsed each other. They're buddies. But then you also have Kenny Zalesny, who has raised a good bit of money and who has a national profile because she was a big fundraiser for the National Democratic Party. So actually, you would have probably a lot of overlap between supporters of Pinto and supporters of Zalesny. So you could have actually people who are voting for Zalesny and then because Zalesny has been running a major ad campaign lately. So we'll see what that actually does to the race. But you actually could have Pinto be some people's second choice.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be, there's a lot of interesting races. You also got the council race at large, which a lot of money is being spent there. But there's going to be upheaval. There's going to be change. To what extent are we going to miss Muriel Bowser, Maria Pickering?
Well, Muriel, for all her flaws, has had the virtue recently of being able to work across the aisle and of sounding like a voice of reason compared to some of these far left-wing candidates. So, she's a nice Catholic girl from Ward 4. Are we going to miss her?
Yes.
If somebody further left comes in, I think so.
I mean, if you look at what she's done in working with President Trump, from Trump 1.0 to 2.0, I mean, it's been a miraculous metamorphosis.
Yes.
It's miraculous. And you also look, she will never be forgotten for keeping the Wizards and the Caps here and outmaneuvering Glenn Youngkin in the middle of the night. Governor, who thought they had this thing going to Virginia, and she was relentless, right? Relentless.
She was relentless
in keeping those two sports teams here, and basically cut a deal over dinner in the middle of the night. They didn't even tell the governor. They just announced it. Which, I mean, I just see, but that to me is, hey, like you said, all this fair level war. I mean, she wanted those teams to stay here. Yeah. She put all her political capital on the line, and she got with the owners. It backdoored it. She backdoored the whole thing, cut the deal at 10 o'clock at night at dinner, and
She's
then
smart.
Announces it to the media before Glenn Youngkin had any idea what was going on. I mean, it was brilliantly done.
It was.
You have to admit that.
This is not the last we'll see of Muriel Bowser.
Oh, no,
She's playing a long game.
I saw her in a recent interview, or at least maybe it was a press conference, and somebody asked her about her legacy, and we're going to miss you, and why are you going away? And she kind of responded, she didn't say these words, but how can you miss me if I don't go away, right? But then she said,
sounds like my wife. Says that.
Then she said something on the order of, well, you know, there has to be somebody next, kind of reluctantly, like she doesn't want to leave. And the other thing that I think there's an element too of this latest budget, which is very interesting. She's cutting the budget. There is a shortfall of $1.1 billion in DC, shortfall. So she's got to cut the budget. And so she's looking at all of the spending, and she's looking at the whys and where to cut and where to stay and spend more, and et cetera. It's a big juggle. But in cutting the spending, she looks good, and she can leave a legacy that she's more moderate, and she's all about, I don't know, it just strikes me a little bit like Trump with Doge, right? Trump comes in with Elon Musk and does a big whack, and here at the end, as she's going out, she does a big whack. She's looking good. She is, but she's on her way out, because somebody has to be next.
We're going to be buying, if Janice Lewis George wants, I'm going to buy a billboard somewhere in the second ward with her picture on it that says, "Miss me yet." That's what I'm going to do. It'll probably be the hottest thing out there. Because and the other thing that I loved about her is in Trump 2.0, but even the reason she gave for not running again, she said, you know, my daughter's a teenager. She's going in, teenage time, and I want mom to be there for her. I mean, that was her reason. Now, whether, that's, you had to take her to word, but I thought that was very heartwarming. Like, my daughter needs her mother now. She's 13 or 14, and I haven't been around a lot. So, I'm going to kind of, less drama, more mama type of a thing.
That looks good on the way out. And I'm with you.
It really does.
And I'm with you. She's not going away. Or did you say that, Christina? She's not going away. She probably will step out for some years, maybe the high school years, or even junior high school through high school. But I think she'll be back. She's a good politician.
Well, Trump likes her.
Well, she'll be back in some capacity. And remember what her ultimate goal is.
Yeah, Trump
She's
likes
playing
her.
nice in the sandbox for 2.0. And she even complimented him on the National Guard cleanup. I don't think they're necessarily assigned to clean things up, but I think if you're standing there and there's trash, they go and pick it up, for example, or try to get some graffiti out.
I mean, I've seen him do that.
Yes.
I mean, I've seen him go by and do that. But and when President Trump came in the second time, one of the first meetings he had, first 30 days, I think 45 days, was with the mayor, and he said, "Look, we can't continue this way. We can't continue to have this city, these tents and everything. We just can't do it. So you got a choice. You're either going to help me fix it, or I'm going to go to Congress and I'm going to pull home rule. Yes. And I have the votes to do it, and you'll all be out. There'll be no council. There'll be no mayor. I'll appoint administrator here, that guy there, and that's it." And she took him seriously.
Yes.
So she's playing a long game because her goal is to be the first governor of the state of DC.
Well, there's never going to be a state.
Now we know.
There shouldn't. It's horrifically unconstitutional. This is something that the Democrats are trying to do. I don't think it'll happen.
It's not going to happen.
But But some of these Democrats believe that they can do it, and this is probably what her goal is. But short of that, maybe she could come back for another term as mayor in a couple of years.
She could do that, or she could do, she could be appointed
in a Democrat administration, do something.
I wouldn't be shocked if she got appointed to something consequential in the Trump administration. I wouldn't be. Now she'll probably have to think twice about taking that, but she's. I wouldn't put that out. He likes her.
That's an interesting insight. And the other point I wanted to make, let's not forget the Attorney General here in D.C., Jeanine Pirro. Muriel Bowser gets along with Jeanine. She gets along with Trump. She gets along with Jeanine. And I think she knows that it was, with Trump Point 2, good for politics and good for her legacy, good for her last term.
And good
in
for the
office.
city.
Good,
Good
for the city.
There's an article in this morning's Washington Times about homelessness rates going down, particularly recently because Mayor Bowser has been cooperating with President Trump's initiative to clean up some of these encampments. It says they're no longer maintaining them. They are cleaning them up. They're removing them. So
putting them into homeless shelters.
There have been positive effects from Mayor Bowser's cooperation with the Trump administration. So that in that sense, she's done a good service for people and not brought back home rule.
You're on the DC Dispatch. I'm John Fredericks, your host. With us, DC GOP Vice Chair Christina Goodlander, and Maria Pickering is with us, and also what did we call Hugh? Turned in. What was that?
Turned out.
Terry Gilbert. Turned out. I love that phrase.
You've not known that phrase?
I've never heard that. I see. I learn everything
every day.
Tell
it to a woman, and she'll do this.
I'm going as soon as I get home tonight. I'm going to go. Wow, honey,
you look so
what is
turned out.
Turned out.
And with men, use the word dapper. They love that. John, you look dapper today.
Oh, thank you. You said that when you came in. That'd put me in a good mood. But I like the turned out thing. Wait till I tell Ann that. She'll
Upscale
be like, huh?
and turned out.
Oh, I'm going to tell as soon as in fact, I'm going to just go home early and tell her. Right? Turned out and upscale or something. What is it?
Upscale and turned out.
All right, text it to me so I remember.
That's this show, folks. Upscale.
That's this show. This is a turned out show. DC Dispatch. By the way, speaking of DC, don't forget, I'm running for. I need your vote. If you're in Washington D.C. in the 2nd Ward, I'm running for DC Ward 2 Chairman. My primary is going to be June 16th. You can put that up. If you get a second there, Dan. And don't forget to come out. That's going to be at the iconic City Tavern, where Christina Goodlander tells me George Washington went to get a couple beers after a hard day at the White House when he was president. That's what Christina says. So it's got a long history. We're going to be there at City Tavern, open bar, free food. You're going to have fun there. We got great speakers. It's my victory night party. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. Our 3 speakers, Congressman Morgan Griffith, Southwest Virginia, is going to be with us. Treasurer, U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach, and our featured speaker, the one and only Corey Lewandowski, will be our keynote speaker. So we look forward to having you there. Tickets are $50, or if you're from out of town and can't make it, just want to make a donation to our campaign. And we're not taking the public funding match. We're just not doing that. And you can just go to MakeDCGreat.com, especially after what Maria Pickering just said. I'm glad I didn't take that based on what you just said. Just go to MakeDCGreat.com. No taxpayer funding here. Go to MakeDCGreat.com and you give a donation up to $200, which is the good news. So I can't ask you for over that. That's the DC law, $200 for my campaign. So if you do that, that'll be great. And I'm going to see you all there, right?
Yes.
Right. Maria bought a ticket, and so did Terry. So thank you very much for being with us. And of course, Christine is running the whole thing, so she'll be there with bells on. Let's get to the Potomac River. When does the stake start, Christine Goodlander?
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. It's going to take quite a lot to actually get the water to a point where I'd be confident that it's not gross. There's a lot of sewage that went in there.
Maria Pickering, what happened there?
Well, I think what happened was lack of attention to maintenance of infrastructure on the part of local authorities, not only in the district, but probably in the neighboring jurisdictions in Maryland, because where that happened was in Northwest Washington, which is close to the Maryland border. And so, again, these things are team sports. You need to have cooperation between all of these jurisdictions and pay attention to infrastructure. And in that part of the city, some of our public works infrastructure is rather old and in need of maintenance. And it's very unfortunate because this affects a part of the river where people often go boating or kayaking. Pleasure boats will go up river as far as Little Falls. In the summertime, we have, all sorts of personal watercraft, as well as some of the dinner cruises that, show the city from a different perspective. So it affects a lot of people. And it's unfortunate that our city management and neighboring jurisdictions who are also in Maryland under Democrat control have not paid attention to stewardship of the infrastructure that affects so many people at a very basic level.
It's gross.
Or they were warned about this specific pipe.
Yeah, they were, and they had they had the person they got in there. You can't make this stuff up. It was the same guy that ran the Flint, Michigan water thing. We all know what happened there. They still can't drink it. Terry, what a mess this has turned out.
Speaking of aging infrastructure, I looked this up. 54 miles of pipe, sewer pipe, that was installed in the 60s did not have maintenance on it. 54 miles from the Dulles Airport down to around the Clara Barton Parkway was where the spill happened in that area, throughout 54 miles. So in comes the EPA, and the EPA is saying, well, of course you're going to need our help. And Virginia goes, well, yeah. And Maryland goes, well, yeah. And Trump kind of goes, well, yeah, except that you want home rule, don't you? He gets it in there, doesn't he? I heard that it won't be finished, at least with the analysis, much less the smell, for 6 months. Happens in January, so we're looking at probably July. I think that's right, Christina. And the main contamination is E. coli. I have a friend that walked his dog along there. The dog comes back sicker than a dog, had to go to the vet. They almost lost the dog, and he hadn't heard of the spill. So he was walking his dog where the original spill was. But think about that. All that sewer water, 54 miles. Now, the drinking water was downstream, so to speak, with all of the accessibility to drinking water from where the spill happened. That was good. But this is what happens when you don't have maintenance going on. And I would like to know, and I don't know this, maybe you do, Christine or John, I don't know, what was the scheduled maintenance on pipes like that are put in 1960?
This is
maintenance, right? What is the schedule? Because from what I understand, there was nothing done on that pipe.
No, and they knew it was rotting. They knew it was decaying
they knew
for years.
It was old, yes.
And the guy that was in there was more focused on getting DEI hires and, checking boxes than he was on being sure the pipes were functioning properly.
Exactly.
And they can just dump a bunch of chlorine in it and call it good and say, oh, your drinking water is fine. I had a friend from out of town who had a glass of water at a restaurant, and he said, why does my water smell like a swimming pool?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't look. I don't drink
bottled water, my friends.
I give my cat bottled water now.
Oh,
right?
do you?
Oh, there's no way that you think I'm going to let my cat have that water. There's no way, man.
One of the largest spills in U.S. history. That's what I'm reading.
It's disgusting. It's gross. And the problem is, it's like when this thing happened in Michigan, you can't trust the government officials for telling you. Look what they did in Flint.
I
mean, all those people were drinking that lead. I mean, they're still having ramifications from that. And this is the same guy that was in charge of that. Right. Was in charge of our water.
Just to put it a little bit into perspective, they analyzed that it's 300 million gallons of untreated sewage water. 300 million.
Think about that.
Untreated. I don't want to think about it.
It's disgusting.
I don't want cats dead. I don't want dogs dead. I don't want people dead.
That's why
it's going to be a while before this cleanup is finished. No question.
Well, and the restaurants we go to, when they say, would you like sparkling water or
tap
DC
water.
tap?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not drinking that tap water. You can forget that. I mean, when I've got to give my cat bottled water, right, and I got to make ice cubes, and it's like, well, just make. I'm like, no, you're going to make ice cubes, you got to buy bottled water to put in the ice thing. I don't want we had that automatic ice thing that just comes from I'm like, turn that off. I'll buy the ice trays and no tap water for Sammy. He gets the bottle. He gets the good stuff, bottled water. That's going to be it for the DC Dispatch. Before we go, though, I'm going to put you on the spot. Hang on 1 second, Dan. I got to put them on the spot. Predictions. Winner, Democratic primary, mayor. Let's start with Terry Gilbert.
I think it's going to be Kenyon.
Maria.
I hope it's going to be Kenyon. I think Kenyon stands a strong chance because he is reasonable, and as you mentioned earlier, he's appealing to the business community.
Christina Goodlander.
Unfortunately, we can't count Janice out. She's a strong political athlete. She's a clear political talent. She's demonstrated that. Unfortunately,
what's your prediction? What's your prediction?
Janice, unfortunately.
Kenyon McDuffie. 3 for McDuffie.
Unfortunately, I think Janice will win the primary.
I think McDuffie wins it, and I think her whole message is going to backfire, and McDuffie is going to get a boatload of second place votes, and then you guys are going to be like, "Hey, this ranked choice voting might not be that bad. McDuffie's a nominee. It could be worse." You guys are going to say, "Yeah, ranked choice voting." Not a bad idea. It saved us from Janice Lewis George in Washington, D.C. Free D.C. Unbelievable.
Free D.C. from the socialists.
Thanks for being.
It pays to be a socialist. In D.C. it does.
Thanks for being with the D.C. Dispatch. This is my most fun show of the week. I have to tell you that. So much fun. I want to thank Maria Pickering. Now that I see your name right, I'm so excited. Terry Gilberg, and the one and only DC GOP Vice Chair and my political director,